par for day 3 shot-by-shot same-day coverage of the FPO division out here at the 6th stop on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, the Discraft Great Lakes Open. And boy, was there a difference between round 1 and round 2. Jessica Weese in the lead after round 1. Now, Sarah Hokom is in the lead by 6 strokes, shooting a 6 under par on Saturday. How did Sarah have such an incredible round? Well, there's a couple of statistics that jump right out. She was 100% for scramble, 9 for 9, after getting in trouble of still getting her par. She was 100% in her circle 1 putting, and she had 2 big circle 2 putts. You do all of that, you got no bogeys. She had 1 eagle and 4 birdies. That's how you get a 6 down. Sarah figured out this course from her kind of sloppy round on Friday. Jumping up off of the second card, Paige Bjerkaas coming in, she actually bogeyed the first hole and then went 4 under par for the rest of the round, including hitting a big circle 2 putt on the final hole to finish up with that 3 under for the day. Third on this card, Widboom, slow and steady wins the race. She had 2 birdies and 1 bogey. She was 1 over the first round, 1 under the second round. She's figuring out getting it going in the right direction, and she is right there for the battle. And then Jessica Weese, who had the lead going into round 2, is now at the bottom of the lead card. And now Jessica had an interesting round here. Let's take a look at it. She was even on 17 holes for the round. However, she had a lost disc 7 on hole number 3, and that took her to the 3 over par for the round. Another interesting thing about Jessica's round, 17 of the 18 times she got in the basket, it was from 5 feet away. Lots of circle 2 opportunities that she wasn't able to take advantage of. So looking at today's round, if Jessica can a couple of those putts and Sarah's not hitting those big ones, we might see everybody moving towards the middle, and I think we could have a fantastic battle if Sarah struggles a little bit out of the gate to give the rest of these ladies a little bit of momentum and a little bit of energy to go and catch her. So let's head over to hole 1 and see how it all shakes out.
Hey everybody, this is Nathan Skinner from Team Discraft. I'm here to talk to you today about the Discraft Meteor. When thrown smooth and flat, you're going to get a nice, consistent turnover with a lot of glide that doesn't finish back to the left. For beginners looking for a straight mid-range, this disc is perfect. For the more advanced player, you're going to love it for hyzer flips, long, touchy tunnel shots, and, of course, for anhyzer shots. Try the Meteor for yourself.
What's up, everybody?
Hi.
It's Paige Bjerkaas here.
And Amy Brana.
And we're here to commentate for the same-day shot-by-shot coverage for the final round of the Discraft Great Lakes Open. So, yeah, let's get started.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so hole 1, 477 feet, but it's way downhill.
Way downhill, way to the right.
Yeah, and it's a dog leg right. You know, I think some of the, like a forehand shot could probably get a birdie on this hole, maybe a good backhand for the women anyways. So if you could just get down the middle, you should have a pretty easy.
There's no OB, but you definitely don't want to go into the cabbage on the right.
Yeah, so you don't want to.
Most people are going to go way around that.
Yeah. Even if you hyzer out, let's say you try to S and you hyzer out, as you can see, it's a wide open field, so
yeah,
you still have a pretty good look at the par. But Weese crushes it with the forehand.
Oh, wow.
Definitely say if you have a forehand, this is probably a good hole to throw it on. So I threw kind of an understable fairway, and it got me right there. So easy pitch up, and I was, I think, the furthest one out. So shows you how it's a good grouping of drives on this hole for sure.
Ooh. Look it up by
And
Sarah.
by Sarah. I think all of us are like throwing putters on our up shots.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's true for most of them.
Yeah, I actually bogeyed this first 2 rounds, so that wasn't fun. But Weese has a good look for 2.
Ooh.
She barely misses. We were actually just talking on the tee pad about how I asked her if she's gotten close to it, and she said she can probably reach it. And so she almost parked it. And I was really wanting that to go in. Good putt. Yeah, Ellen hits a good first putt, but you know the first putt of the round is always kind of scary. Hokom's got a good tap in. I think we're all tapping in at this point for our pars. Yeah, I think if you're not parring on this hole, you're probably losing a stroke to the field.
Yep.
Unfortunately. I know I took a bogey the first 2 rounds, but I was really stoked to start with the par this round. So I was like, 1 stroke better. That's good. Starting off good. So Hokom has a 6-stroke lead. She killed it yesterday.
Oh,
6 under. Gosh. Okay, so this one is a par 5, 435 feet.
And it's super uphill.
Yeah, as you can see. It's like up that cut fairway all the way by those trees where those 2 dudes in the white t-shirts are standing. Your best chance of getting up there is to stay on that fairway. So
Yep.
I'm a little off to the right, but I have a good look. This is a par 5, kind of surprisingly. I think it'll be a par 4.
Yeah.
Because getting up, I think the eagle opportunity is there for almost everybody. Unless you're a little short on distance. I mean, I think if you get 2 good shots, you have a good look. But, yeah, Weese kind of hyzered out to the shul. So, I mean, it depends on where you land, but it's really not a great place to be.
Either side, you don't really want to be in because it's tricky footing. You're up on a little berm.
Yeah. So Hokom with a great upshot, turned it over a little bit, but she's definitely over the hill. And that's, for me personally, my goal is to get over that hill on my second shot. So I'm throwing a disc, and it lands where I want it. It felt a little short, but I got on top of the hill. So Ellen has a good forehand, just barely on the top of the hill.
This is Weese's third. The basket is a little off to the left, you'd say, of those trees on the right.
Oh, yeah. And it's elevated. So you can see Ellen, smart, lays up. If you were airballing one of those putts, you have a real tough comebacker.
You can go pretty far back.
So Hokom for the eagle. And of course she freaking bangs it. I knew it. I could see it in her eyes, her walking to her disc. She knew she was going to make that. So that was super cool to see. Eagle both the last 2 rounds. I'm not sure if she got the first round, but.
Oh, and Jess gives it a good run.
That's for her 4, I believe. So that was for birdie. So she's putting for par right now. She just misses. So it's not uncommon to 3-putt on elevated baskets. I had some jitters. And gosh, it was such a good putt or a good look for eagle. I mean, I was like 15 feet or whatever. But at least I got a birdie.
Maybe it's because you're short.
Yeah, it could be it. I just didn't get high follow through. And I have kind of a push maybe, and I really need to get it up high because I throw it nose down. So I was a little disappointed, but luckily it's a par 5. So I still got a birdie.
I like how Ellen had a drop in birdie.
Yeah, Ellen played it really smart. Oh. All right, hole 3, big downhill.
Par 4. You can see it way out in the distance where those people are walking. You want to land pretty much where Sarah is, or for the backhand players, you want to land to the left, which is where
I am attempting
Paige
to go.
Is kind of, it's getting over there. It's working. From the left side, you can have a look at the basket for your second shot. If you're down where Sarah is, you can't really see the basket at all because you're going to be going uphill where that rough patch is.
Yeah. So,
And Ellen tails off to the right. Did she make it up the berm?
I don't remember actually. We'll see. Weese pumps this one. Gosh, it was so pretty to watch. She crushed it. Let's see. Almost made she might have barely missed the tall grab.
Like she went right in there.
She threw a 150 class rate. I know. I was like, dang, what went so far? What disc was that? And she said it was super lightweight. So pumped a backhand.
Awesome.
Yeah. So like Hokom can't see the top of the basket. So she just, I like to hop up and try to, see the top of the basket and then trust your shot. So I think she's parked. So I thought I'd be able to see the top, but unfortunately I couldn't. But as you can see, I'm trying to see if I landed well. But the crowd thought I almost went in. So I was like, okay, well, it's got to be a decent shot. Weese throws
I don't even know if Weese could see from there.
I don't know. She couldn't.
Yeah.
She hyzered out a little left. I don't know if she's in the circle or not. Ellen didn't quite get over on that shot. This is Weese for 3, and it's a par 4, so she's putting for birdie. And she's just under the basket. So par isn't bad on this hole, especially if you turn it over on that shul on the right.
Yeah.
If you're landing there, you're probably taking a bogey. So Ellen's got a putt for her par. Oh, barely chains out left.
It just trickles out.
Yep. So Hokom had a great shot.
Yep.
I was so impressed by that up shot. She just had a perfect guess.
Yeah, and how it was just blind the whole time.
Absolutely. Luckily, I landed kind of close.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I was super happy about that. Tapping birdie's never bad. It was clutch. I got a 3 the first round, but I got a 4 yesterday, and then I 3'd it today. So I was pretty happy. So I got 2 birdies in a row, which is awesome. Ellen's got a tap in, and Weese also has a tap in. So I think for most of us, getting a 3, I'm disappointed if I don't get a 3.
Yeah, it's definitely doable. You can do that.
Yeah.
2018 Tour Championship. The women's side, top 12 qualify, top 4 earn buys. Tour points matter, tour points break ties. Round 1, quarterfinals, Thursday, October 18th. 5th to 12th compete in round 1. The top 4 advance to the semifinals. There they are joined by 1st through 4th in tour points. Scores are reset to 0. Win your card and move on, plus 2 wild cards move on. That brings us to the finals. $500 for playing in the quarterfinals, $700 for playing in the semifinals. 4th, $1,000, 3rd, $1,250, 2nd, $1,500, first place, $2,500. See you October 18th to 21st. The Disc Golf Pro Tour Tour Championship, hosted by Prodigy at New World Disc Golf.
All right. We're on hole 4.
Yep, this one is a par 4, 508 feet. You can see that line of trees that Sarah just kind of got into right there. That is running diagonally across the fairway. The basket is up and to the right from there. So
I shanked it, and Hokom said, get out of the tree, and it worked. So I told her I owe her $1. I didn't listen to her.
Did you pay up?
Not yet. Yeah, when she just won like $1,000. So, well, she won a bunch of money, but she cashed, right? Okay. Anyway, so after the line of trees, it goes straight uphill. So your placement on this is really important because you have those low branches. So if you land like where I landed or Hokom, or even Ellen's throwing, she's got low branches, but you have to throw up. So it's a really touchy up shot.
Yeah, even if you make it out into that kind of open area, it's still tricky from there, like Paige said, because you have those trees to work with.
Yeah, so I threw exactly what I wanted. I was really happy, but it didn't skip up the dirt as much as I anticipated, but I threw a slower disc. I threw a Judge, which is an overstable putter from DD. So didn't go up as much as I want, but I'm barely outside the circle. Hokom pimps this shot. Look at that, just perfect, right next to the basket. Yeah. So you can tell she's on fire today and feeling it.
Okay, and Jess is just a little bit left and right, I suppose. She tries to do forehand around. Does that turn out okay?
Yeah, she's up the hill.
Nice.
Ellen kind of landed in the shul on the left, but she has a nice forehand flick. Right up there.
She's out.
Okay, so I was like half running this, but like last minute I'm like, just make it. And I still didn't make it. But it didn't roll down the hill. So behind the basket, it also slopes probably a little more steep than it does here.
It is. And I heard the TD talking about how they had cut some stuff out of there to make it even more scary. They wanted you to have a death putt. Oh, dear.
Ooh, it's that.
We're good.
Yeah, so I was like, don't roll. And the crowd's going, sit. And it did, luckily. So my shot
That's scary,
sat.
though.
Yeah, I mean, I still kind of have a scary putt, but man, Ellen's unfortunately just fell out of the basket. So I think that was for her par. It's par 4.
Yeah.
So wanted the 3, but par isn't bad. Weese had a good putt, just a little left. Great putt.
It's a good par.
We haven't even gotten to Hokom. Hokom hasn't putted yet. That's how awesome her upshot was. Nice tap-in bird. 2 tap-in birds in a row. And that eagle. Holy cow.
Yeah,
that
wow.
was good. Good stretch right there. 4 down and 3 holes. She's like Paul McBeth.
Yes,
Yeah.
a little bit.
So Hokom's 10 down, I'm 2 down, 1 over, 2 over. So still beginning of the round. You know.
Okay, this one is par 3. It's 300 feet, but you cannot see it from the tee. It's really uphill and to the right, and there's a lot of trees that you have to get through before you can even get to the basket.
Yeah.
Did you let Pickle?
So what?
I used to say Pickle tooth this.
Oh, Pickle toed it?
Yeah,
How?
yesterday.
Forehand?
I'm going to guess.
Oh, you didn't see it. Yeah, so if you have a forehand, it's the way to go because the basket's to the right,
Ooh,
so it's
that's a
nice to
good
get that
skip over
flare
there.
skip. Unfortunately, I don't have a forehand that goes far, so I went backhand putter and I pulled it a little too tight. So I'm in the trees. Oh, Ellen had a great
Oh.
shot, but there's like a wall of trees there. There's kind of a line, but she unfortunately hit
Hey,
those.
I don't have a forehand. Look at me forehand.
You're right. I said one that goes far. I forehanded and it wasn't a good shot anyway. So
Okay,
wasn't
so-
a good up shot.
Sarah's looking at one of the small lanes, I guess, that are up there. There's a couple of them.
Yeah.
Ellen found the other one.
Yeah, so as you can see, like it's not too wooded, but I mean, if
There
you
are
could get
lanes,
an
but
unlucky hit.
Yeah.
This is Weese for her 2. Oh, she almost made it. Oh, I wanted her to get that one. That was good.
Me too. That was a great shot.
Mm-hmm. Ellen's tapping in for par, nails it. Her putting was great this
Yeah,
week.
that was a good putt.
Yesterday her putting was so good. Hokom's got to tap in. I'm tapping for bogey, so just lost a stroke on a bunch of people. I'm a little upset, but I mean, you can't be upset when you don't get off. it
Yeah,
too
and
well,
the damage was minimal, really.
Could
You
be a
have to hit
5.
the 1.
Could be a 6. You know, if I hit another tree. But so a couple of pars, and I got a bogey.
Oh, Sarah's round of 60.
Yeah, Hokom is on fire like usual. What's new?
Okay, now we're on to hole 6, par 4. It's 540 feet. You can kind of see it straight out. You basically want to make that hill that's right in front of you. You want to be on top of it so you can have a straight shot at the green.
Yeah, so you see that opening that Weese just went into. You really want to land there.
Yep.
And the basket's up on a hill. So you really need good footing to even have a good look at getting up there for the birdie, for the 3. So if you're anywhere on that hill, it's extremely hard.
Mm-hmm.
So my goal is to land in that gap and on top of the hill, but I threw it right into the ground. I actually did that all 3 rounds. I never made the correction. So since my footing was so bad, I just threw a putter straight in that tunnel so that my next shot is a straight
Yeah.
shot.
You really don't want to go down to the left. It is pretty hairy in there.
Yeah, as you can see to the left of Ellen, it is Shul Central. So probably pitching out. Probably going to cause you a couple strokes.
Yep.
Hokom has this dope turnover, and she pimped it, of course.
Yep.
But as you can see, like that left side isn't awful because you have a hyzer or an Annie flick.
Yeah, as long as you're on the short grass, for sure.
We
Oh,
had
wow.
such a good drive and like nicked the tree. I wanted to see a 3.
Being off to the right is not terrible, but it's still,
You're not going to make. Oh, unless you have like a throw in, obviously.
yeah.
Ellen does a great third shot, yeah.
Third.
So as you can see, I just have a putter up shot to the basket. And I think I'm like 15 feet away. So Weese with the yumper. That's what we call them, yumpers. A little bit right, but that was a good run. Looks like Hokom's running for it.
Ooh,
Just
that's
a
a
little
good
right. She's leaning on the pole. You can see it on the.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty clutch shot. So it looks like we're all tapping for our pars. Ellen's got a little bit of a putt, but she drains it.
Yeah.
So
Good
par is
putt.
not bad. I don't know if anyone who got a 3. I'm not 100% sure, but
I don't know about the ladies' field.
I mean, if you can get it, that landing on that hill isn't that far. Like it's not a far shot, but it's so hard to execute, I guess.
Mhm.
Because if you fade
The
out,
lane is pretty small.
yeah. But I'll just tapping.
Yep.
You know,
Tapping
awkward
pars.
pause. You're like, freeze. What do I do?
Right?
All the time.
Or the awkward scramble.
Right,
to
like
one
sprint
way or
away.
the other.
All right, so all pars on that hole. All right, we're on to hole 7. This one is straight uphill. That tree that Hokom's flying around to the left, it's like diagonal up the hill. Probably what, like 100 feet?
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
this is a turkey.
Yeah, so this turkey comes strutting across our fairway, and we're
love that
all
they
laughing
videoed
and
it.
stuff, and like Weese is trying to throw, and it's so cute though. It was just literally strutting, and I don't know if I've ever seen one like that, like on a golf course. Yeah, so Weese throws anyway. She don't care that it's walking around the fairway. But if you have a forehand, such a clutch shot because it's just straight up the hill.
Or something. It's like I saw a couple big Annies on this that turned out really well.
Yeah, even if you hit that tree, you'll probably fall straight down and have a good look.
Yeah, honestly, you can't. I don't think anybody got there in 2.
Yeah.
So you just want to be somewhere over on the left and looking at the basket on your upshot.
Yeah, I throw putter straight because I'm not trying to risk turning over an Annie or anything like that. I just like putter straight, putter upshot, putter in the basket.
Putter.
And I'm counting on people not getting 2s. I yanked that one a little bit because it's uphill, but it's okay. I'm inside the circle.
See, I mean, the forehand shot or the big Annie, they give you a closer look at the basket, but that's pretty much, ooh.
Yeah, Weese has a good look. But
and then Jess puts it in. That would have been
yeah, it would have been cool if she got a 2. But yeah, I like to, when I can throw, good run. When I can throw a putter off the tee, I definitely try to do that. Safe shot.
It's safe.
Yeah. I'm tapping in and get my par.
Trusty.
We're all just getting our pars at this point. I like, with this course, like the distances aren't long, but like when they're not that long, they're straight uphill.
Yeah, they're pretty uphill. You have to pump them pretty far.
2s are so hard to get on this course. They're, yeah. So, well, I mean, there's definitely 2 opportunities, but you really got to capitalize.
Most of the 2 opportunities are uphill.
Yeah. This hole actually averaged above par, 3.39.
Oh, wow.
Surprises me. Yeah, so we're all tapping in. Oh, Ellen got a 4. I didn't realize that. It's not bad.
I mean, she threw her upshot short.
Yeah. Hole 8. This hole is crazy.
This hole is
You're
pretty
throwing
cool.
at trees, as you can see. All you see is trees. But it's down and to the left, 462 feet, par 3. There's a play low, like Hokom did, and there's a play high, like Weese did. Either way, you want to throw at those trees and have it hyzer out left. So the basket's a little bit to the left, and then it's slightly uphill with like a tunnel, but not too bad.
No,
not too many trees.
So, I think as long as you land in the fairway, you'll have a look.
Yeah. Yep. And so yeah, I turned mine a little over, but I definitely got the distance to get over the trees.
Yeah, like even if you turn it over, it's still gonna hyzer left. Oh dear.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So and Ellen did the low route too, so they both provide good 3 looks. I just like not having to control like a shot, rather than I can just pump it really high and hope it works. So Ellen with a good up shot. I think she's around circle's edge. So you can see there's that tunnel straight to the basket. Hokom's throwing right for it. But Nick's a tree branch.
Nick's a tree.
That's hard. I mean, a shot like that, you really want to be able to throw straight.
What are you doing?
So I turned it way over, I guess, and I had to throw to the trees, and I nailed that tree. So I was pretty upset, but I was like almost pin high. I mean, it felt like a great throw.
Really far drive.
Yeah. Weese parks it. She has a great look.
Yep.
So I'm like scrambling here, and it's super. There's a lot of dry dirt around the basket, so when I'm throwing it, I try to hit shorter of the basket so that it skids up to the pin. Hokom has a good run. And this is Ellen for her 3. Just misses. There's 3 of us that are putting for our bogeys, and I feel like that's pretty rare on this hole. Like I 3'd it the previous 2 rounds. I think a 4 is not a good score on this hole. But
no, you should be able to make it work.
Absolutely.
Most of the time.
Yeah. We've got the only 3 on the card. Very surprising. But
that she got it, or
there's only 1 3. Oh heck no, she crushes.
So mean.
Yeah, right. Weese is awesome.
Yeah, she is.
I was so salty. I was so upset. But, it happens.
Okay.
So Jessica getting a couple strokes.
So here's hole 9. This one is uphill. Surprise.
To the right. Uphill and to the right.
To the right. So most people want to crest the top of the hill either to the left or to the right. There's a lane either way.
Yeah, if you're short of the top of the hill, you're footing.
Yep.
And it's a pretty touchy upshot because there's some trees you have to avoid. So for me, I just aim really high and try to throw it as hard as I can. And I like to be by that tree that actually landed right next to because it's all flat ground basically to the pin. So, but really, a lot of us are just trying to throw as far as we can on a hole like this. And Ellen pimps it. She's so good at those forehand S shots. Weese barely misses the ground and gets up by the pin. Yeah, it was awesome. Like, that's such a good golf shot. That's a professional athlete right there. To be able to execute a shot like that, I was like, oh my gosh, so good. Ellen's upshot went a little deep, but are good. Yeah, Hokom has to straddle. There's that low branch that you can kind of see to her right. That's really the only thing that's stopping a clean upshot. So,
ooh, that was good.
Pitching up my putter.
You're the only one who didn't forehand that.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't forehand. Ugh. Ellen's been all over the basket today.
I really thought that was in.
I know, I did too. She's kind of upset about that one.
Yeah.
But that's where she's tapping out. Another bogey. Kind of hard to shake off. You know, she just took a bogey on the other hole.
Yep.
So that's where Weese's upshot landed and nails the putt.
Nice.
It was super awesome. That's a scary putt too, because like behind the basket from Weese's perspective, it's downhill. Hokom's got an easy tap.
As do you.
As do I. I like getting a 3 on this hole. I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I think for some of the not so big arms, it's a little bit more touchy.
Yeah. So we're through the front 9. So Hokom's 9 down, I'm even. Weese's 2 over, and Ellen's 4 over. Okay, so we're back on hole 10, 370 feet. This one's a dog leg right. You can see there's a fairway, but the basket's way up to the right. It's pretty uphill.
I think most women are going to be aiming for that first little look at the basket off to the right as Sarah's just landed there. Paige is throwing a putter, hoping to just go out straight and have a look at the basket.
Yeah, there's like a short tunnel and a tunnel deep, but the deep tunnel, if you hyzer out, you're in tall grass. So I think the safe play, and too far. So safe play is the gap. If you have a forehand, Ellen S'd it perfectly around the tree.
Yeah, but now you're just looking way up at the hill.
Yeah, as you can see, Weese pimped it. Her upshot game was so good today. She had to ante around that big tree too. Wow. So I'm going putter again. Just trying to make sure I throw it high enough.
Yeah, because if you land low, you're going to be in that little ditch right there, and some of that stuff is pretty pokey. And you have awful footing on the edge.
Yeah, so if you're, you can see all that shrubbery right there. It's gnarly. So Hokom had an easy up. So Ellen had the best drive. Isn't that a great drive?
That's a really
That's what a forehand will get you. Ooh, she goes a little deep, but has a great shot. So Hokom has the furthest putt. Her upshot was a little short, so she landed in that, but
she's right on the edge.
Yep. Hokom's such a good putter, so I had no doubt the entire time. Ellen's got a death putt. Oh, she nails it. Had a little
Doesn't
fist
even
pump.
care.
But she makes a good putt. She fist pumps and she's so excited. And it's awesome to see the emotion. Woo! You know, making a good putt. Have a little bit of an uphill putt, but on putts like that, I like try to go a little faster than normal so I don't overthink.
You know,
But like
get
anything,
scared.
yeah, anything outside of that, I usually do my routine.
The great
Weese
three.
with a perfect. Gosh,
That
so
was
clean.
awesome.
I know. So all three, that's good. I feel like
Yes.
that's real good to get all threes on that hole.
Yeah.
It can get very messy real easily.
Hole 11 is 318 feet, pretty much straight uphill.
We pimps it. A lot of us just trying to go as far as we can up the hill. I think there was no worse than a 4 today on this hole. So, or no worse than a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
No 4s today. No 4s, 5s, whatever. So everyone stayed pretty much in the fairway.
Yeah.
So I'm throwing
The only
as
danger,
hard as I can.
the only danger is hitting either tree on either side of the fairway and then being stuck down there.
Yeah. So just even if you're short but in the fairway, you have an easy up.
Yeah, easy up, but there's no danger beyond the basket at all.
Yeah, no OB, no nothing. So we're all pretty close. We all threw really far up the hill. Hokom is going for it, and it hyzers. But she sat.
Good
So-
bid though, yeah, and it's that right there. It's
Ellen. Oh,
I feel more uphill than it shows on
yeah,
video.
absolutely. Me and Weese threw so far, I feel.
Yeah, I mean it's 318, but
So uphill. And I got inside the circle, and it was the highlight of my round, probably. That was a little high, but I made it. But that really, I really felt like that was a good throw. I threw super hard and up the hill, and it was crazy. I'm proud of this hole.
you
But
should be.
It's, yeah, but we're all getting par. So I was the only 2 on the hole, and the rest of the entire field got 3s. So
That's awesome.
yeah, no mess ups, no nothing. I'm guessing everyone pretty much just stayed in the fairway. So that was pretty cool. So now I'm under par, yay.
Yay.
I came into the round at even, so. Oh, this hole,
Oh man, it's such a cool hole, but it's so hard.
hole 12, par 3, 534 feet. It's down and to the right.
Yep.
So there's that, like down the fairway, you can see I landed a little left than I wanted to, but if you land in that opening, you're good. But if you have a forehand like Weese, it basically goes down to the right into a tunnel. So if you can get your forehand to hyzer out, you're like sitting pretty.
Yep. The danger on this hole is, well, I guess there's danger either which way you go, but you could go 2 straight and end up in those trees down there, which is pretty wooded. You can also turn it over too much if you are throwing the backhand and then land in the woods on the right. But as long as you're in the fairway, you're fine.
Yeah, this hole is hard, but even if you mess up a shot, you probably still have at least a look into that tunnel.
Into the
know?
tunnel. Yeah, like you could scramble.
So my putter didn't go as straight as I wanted, so I had like a hyzer look into, as you can see, that tunnel right there. So if you're left or right, you're probably going to have a pretty obstructed shot. But that's where Ellen's forehand landed. So as you can see with that natural fade of a forehand, it gets right to the gap you want to hit.
And it's pretty downhill from there still.
Yeah, absolutely. So Hokom landed right in the tunnel. How perfect. She gives it a good bid. It goes right.
Putting from there?
Yeah, she talked to her caddy and she said, "Should I jump putt?" And he goes, "Ugh." She's like, "Okay, well."
I guess I'm going to do it.
Weese had the furthest drive, but she was just a little off to the right. So if that was in the middle, she could have had a good look. So I hyzered that way left, but I'm still inside the circle. Oh my gosh, I was so nervous on that putt. Because it's pretty close between Weese and I. Even Ellen, actually.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to lose a stroke on the card, so I don't know, it was like 25 feet maybe.
Very
Hokom
good
got
here.
Yeah.
You got stats on this hole?
Yeah. I can. The hole is this 12.
Yeah, hole 12.
8th hardest hole. Average 3.39.
Okay.
So a little bit over par. Yeah, couple half 3s, half 4s. It looks like. So I'm like really happy with the 3, but I'm also really disappointed with a 4. It's kind of weird. It's like a tweener hole, I guess.
I agree with that.
So good showing. All
threes.
Yeah. So all pars for everybody.
My name's Cody Britton, and it's a hot one out here, which is perfect because we're going to be talking about the heat. One of the great things about the heat is it gives any skill level player the ability to get it up to speed, to get tremendous amounts of glide. The rim fits well in anyone's hand. So one of the things that I love about this disc is how easily I can throw a consistent Anheuser. You can even use it to throw manicured shots through the woods. It's just an all-around phenomenal disc. Check out the heat for yourself today. You can pick one up at Discraft.com or your local retailer.
Okay, now we're on to hole 13. It's a par 4, 516 feet. It's pretty flat, and then it goes straight uphill. The basket is up the hill and to the left.
Yeah, a little bit to the left. But the goal is to kind of just land in the short grass, because the tall grass, your footing's going to be funky, and you really need the power to get up that hill and to be able to utilize your legs. So you just want to be in the short grass. Hokom or Weese's shot looked a little weird, but like it was a line I've never seen before.
It landed in the fairway, and I think that's like you were saying, as long as it's in the fairway, it should be good. Is that under the thing?
No, she's like right behind that sign. I don't think it bothered her that much, but I mean, it looks like a bad position from here. Ellen cranks over her forehand and gets up the hill.
Yep.
Great shot. That's where you want to be. Honestly, I would like to be a little more off to the right of the fairway, just so it's not more of a straight uphill, like run up. You get a little bit of diagonal, but I don't know. Either way, it's tough footing no matter what. Ellen's going to try to flick. So there's that tree that she's just now throwing by. It's to the left of that and like diagonally, what, like 70, 80 feet maybe?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty far in there still.
Yeah. Ooh. So Weese throws a great shot. She just hyzers out, but the basket is to the left of where she is.
Yep.
I throw a great shot, but there is like this wooden sign that is to the right of the basket, and I nail it. And it's like, I don't know, 70 feet, 60 feet, 50, I don't know, 50 to 70 feet. My depth perception isn't very good. But anyway, so Hokom landed left, but she has an easy up. It's a par 4, so she's up there for the 4. That's the friggin' sign I hit. I hit it yesterday, too. So I have a jumper for my birdie, and just a tap in par.
I like the sign.
I hate the sign. It's like in such a bad spot, because if you're coming in hyzer, I mean, I've hit it two days in a row, so I was a salty, but that's okay. Weese tapping in her par.
She almost got that.
She did. Yeah. That'd have been a great 3. I wanted to 3 this so bad, but I didn't get the 3 either round, or any of the 3 rounds, unfortunately. But I never got a bogey, so that's good.
Yeah,
I was checking the rim of my disc to see if a chunk was taken out of it, because I hit it so hard. But so we all got our pars on that one. Wow, pretty clean for everybody. I'm just batting 9.
I don't think Sarah's taking a bogey.
No.
Okay, this one's really cool. I like this hole a lot. This is hole 14, par 3. It's 375 feet downhill, and it's a hyzer. So basically, you just want to throw something kind of flat or a little bit right and let it hyzer down the hill. This is also elevated.
Yeah, and there's like an opening that I went through that looks like Weese is just short of. Yeah, so you want to be past that tree hyzering. And there's trees all over the basket. So even if you have a good shot, you probably are landed behind a tree.
Yeah.
Hokom cranks the backhand.
Wow.
And she hit the gap. I was like,
go
she's
her.
so crazy. She's so good at disc golf.
No, really?
Yeah, really.
Wow.
I just, to be able to utilize both, like, that's awesome.
Here's...
Yeah, Ellen cranks a forehand Annie. Yesterday, she almost aced it with that same shot, which is insane to me, because it's downhill cranking an Annie.
Yeah.
So I thought I had a great shot, and I just have, like, nothing, like this awkward look.
Okay.
So I just kind of pitch it up there and hope for the best. So I got through the gap I wanted, but I'm a little deep. But
I don't
I'm
think you threw it far enough.
I threw it deep. oh, you mean the drive? Anyway, so Hokom had a good jumper. Ellen hit it. Oh, No, just a little left. Weese gets to that tree and finds an opening and nails the putt. Elevated basket, way outside the circle. And she goes, what, like one around, or I make one around, or something. Like she says she always cans one big putt around. And I'm like, that's clutch.
That was awesome. That was a great putt.
So I have an awkward straddle, but I'm really close. You guys can laugh at that shot. That was real bad. It was bad. A little like shaky nerves because I was beating Weese by 3 and she just took a birdie and I took a bogey. So 2-stroke swing on this little downhill shot. So I'm real nervous. But again, that's a putt that anybody should be able to execute. I mean, it's so short. So a little slip up on my end, but
Ellen has a good putt.
Great putt. So let's see. So Hokom and Ellen got 3. Let's see. Yep. Okay. So they got some pars. Weese with that super dope birdie.
Yeah.
That's so clutch. Imagine if she missed the basket, she would have been sailing. Like, because she has such a spin putt.
Right.
2-stroke swing. So now Weese is within 1 and Ellen's still close, 4 up. So hole 15, 400 feet, par 3. You can see it dips down and comes back up. So I mean, there's that wall behind there, but again, there's no OB.
There's no OB.
Just for show.
There's a little bit of danger on the left. If you landed those trees or in the bushes, it can get a little obstructed. Or you can go way off to the right once you get down the hill, and that's obstructed too.
A lot of trees.
But even from there, you might be able to get your 3 in.
So I tried to like crank over my overstable distance driver to get an S, and I landed in the circle second yesterday, and actually made an outside the circle putt first day for it too. So I know I can get there, but I like shorted it. But Ellen has a cool layout shot and gets right up to the basket. So the danger on this is the hill. So if you hit basket, you can roll down that hill.
Definitely.
So Weese has a great upshot. Easy look. Hokom landed perfectly. That's where you want to be, right in the middle, just so you can catch up. So I hyzered a little quick and landed in the bushes, but I have a pretty easy up.
I knew that you were like going to the stage. As I'm walking there, I'm like,
Another death putt.
Wow.
That's a scary putt.
Like,
Straight.
it doesn't even phase her. She's just goes up.
Her putting
makes
is
it.
awesome. So we're all tapping out for pars. Ellen with that good putt for par.
Par's good.
Yeah, on this hole again, even if you get into the shul, like Weese was on the left a little, and Ellen, you can still save your par.
Yep.
I mean, you got to get real unlucky to not have a good look. So, I mean, and it happens. So good pars. So, dang, Sarah's killing it with all pars.
I know. Okay, we're back on hole 16. It's par 3, 354 feet. This one you can kind of see from the tee. You've got that little tree that's kind of floofy right out in the middle. You kind of want to sneak past that and then finish straight to get to the basket if you can. There's also a lane around to the right, so if you turn it over a little bit and hyzer back, you can get there.
Yeah, you just really want to, I mean, first 2 rounds, I hit some of those early trees and still had an easy up. So it's a pretty easy par, but definitely birdieable. But the hard thing is it's 350 feet, but it's straight. So you can't really utilize the S shot.
Yep.
And for like me personally, if I want to reach a 354-foot hole, I need to S it.
Yeah.
So it's a tough birdie. It's gettable.
It is a little downhill too. So the disc will carry.
So I tried to throw something flippy, and I early released it just a little, but I got around the fluke tree that you were talking about.
It's a new type of tree.
Yes. So Hokom's got an easy up.
Yep. It's a little bit downhill from there.
Yeah. Ellen's got an easy up. She's looking at a good run.
Did it?
Oh, and she just hits the pan. I'm putting. This is outside the circle. Oh my gosh. Dude, I was so nervous on this hole. Freaking with Weese one back, and she had a great shot. And I was outside the circle, and I made the putt. I don't know how it happened, but.
Oh, wow.
So Weese has a good look for the bird, but.
She went deep?
She went deep, dude. She like peered the gap. She almost hit like one of the first trees by like an inch, but just peered and S'd it. And we thought she was parked. And then we were like, when it landed, she was way past that tree. Wow. So exciting hole.
Yeah.
I was pretty stoked to get a 2 on this hole, especially with a putt like that. It was downhill, and I was debating laying up or going for it, and I don't know what made me decide to go for it, but I did, and it worked out.
Paid off.
Oh, very clutch moment, I think. Okay, 17. This is a good one. I love this hole, actually.
I think it's kind of fun.
I turned my drive over. But anyways.
It's a par 4. It's 525. Nice reaction. 525 feet.
Up that opening that you see those people at. So it's up that hill.
There's minimal danger on the tee shots.
Yeah, so you really want to pump it. If you're short, there's like the toboggan slope hill ditch things. I don't know what to call them. So like Hokom just landed short, so you kind of want to get over that so your footing is good.
Yep.
Because if you land in the ditches, you're not going to have good footing.
I guess that's the one goal, is to have good footing for the next.
Because it is a par 4, but it is absolutely birdieable.
Yep. And you can kind of see the basket at the top of the hill right there. So Jessica has to do a crazy Annie forehand.
And pimps it again.
To the top of the hill. She's up there for a good look at the putt for 3.
It was so fun to watch her throw. If you look at like the last 5 forehand up shots, they were incredibly hard, and she executed them perfectly.
Sarah does a forehand Annie as well, but turns it a little bit.
Another forehand Annie.
Forehand Annie is the play, I guess.
Unless you don't have a forehand Annie, which is me.
We see you.
I actually have decent footing. I'm in the tall grass, but I'm able to get a run up in, and I just throw a putter, and I'm just short of the hill, but it skips up to where I'm on flat ground. So I was super thankful for that little skip.
There goes for her.
Looks like from my perspective, it looked like she's laying up.
It kind
Because
of
there's a
did look
hill,
like that,
there's a hill behind the basket that you can roll down.
Oh, that
Ellen
was
with a clutch putt. And she got a birdie, so she was stoked. She got pars the first 2 rounds, and she really wanted to finally get a birdie.
Yeah.
And she was so happy.
So what, you're like 20 feet here?
Oh, was it? I don't even.
Maybe
Yeah.
15?
Yeah, probably 15,
It looks
20.
farther away than it is.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. But this also a clutch putt because Weese is parked. Yeah. Yeah. I was nervous on that one. Because again, Weese is only a couple strokes back, and 18 is not an easy hole. So I was stoked to get the birdie. I birdied it yesterday and today, but I parred it the first day. So it's nice to make the adjustment. Weese has a great, such a phenomenal upshot.
Yeah.
That's,
like from
so
where
cool
she was, like a highlight.
Yeah. Well,
Highlight.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So 3 birdies and a par from Sarah.
Still has no bogeys.
Yeah, she's killing it.
Okay. This is the last hole, hole 18, par 3, 315. Really?
Actually, Hokom bogeyed 8. But
She bogeyed 8.
she did bogey 8, but yeah. Still,
anyway,
she's killing it.
there's this lane right here. This is the only hole with OB.
To the left of those stakes, you can see to the left.
And most people play right between those trees right there. But if you hit one of them, you're off into the right, like Narnia on the right.
Yeah, it's pretty wooded, as you can see to the right. And if, like, during practice, I kissed off that left tree and it shot me into the shul, and I lost my disc. But I found it the first day
Yeah,
of the
because
actual
mine
tournament.
was in the shul.
Yeah. Anyway, so, but if you hit that initial gap, you should be looking at a par. The only thing is like the upshot, there's a low branch that Ellen just goes under.
Yep.
That's like the only obstruction.
Yeah, this plays as the hardest hole.
Oh, really?
It does. Because you have to have a good shot off the tee, but then it's still really far uphill and still really far to the right.
Mm-hmm. So that's Weese's forehand drive.
Ooh.
She hits the cake. She's
That would've been
crazy
for
with that
two.
forehand. Yeah. If you have a forehand, it's a great shot to have on that one.
Sarah.
She totally thought that was in. We all thought that was in. We started
I
walking
know.
towards it, but that would have been so clutch to hit that big par, save in front of everybody.
Ellen.
Great putt. But she has what, like
It's a great
7
finish.
or 8 stroke lead? I don't know what she has, so she's not worried about it. But I take a 3, Weese takes the 3,
Yep.
Ellen took the 3, and Hokom finishes with the bogey, but still,
2 bogeys. That's it.
yeah, on that course, that's good.
I still don't believe she bogeyed 8.
That was, I
Yeah,
don't
that
believe
was-
it. A fluke. She hit a little, it was like the iron leaf, you know? She shot it right
Oh,
down.
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
But
the
congrats to
2018
Sarah.
Great Lakes Open
He had a
champion,
great
Sarah
tournament.
Hokom.
Yeah, that second round was Wego. 6 under is insane.
Yeah.
Wego's got it. Anyways, she played phenomenally, and it was I was very happy to, actually, I didn't get to play with her either of the rounds, but until today, obviously,
today,
so it was
yeah.
fun to watch. So I finished second. Oh, so exciting. Weese finished third. Ellen still finished 4th. Madison made her way up. So you can see those are the standings. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Again, I'm Paige Bjerkaas.
I'm Amy Vrana.
Thanks for tuning in for the shot-by-shot coverage. Thanks to Discraft for letting us use their facilities, putting on a great tournament. Stay tuned to watch the men's coverage. I know Paul has a big lead, but you never know what'll happen.
He might shoot 18 down again.
Yeah, so check it out and stay tuned.
The 2018 Tour Championship hosted by Prodigy. The men's side. Top 32 qualify. Top 16 earn buys. Tour points matter because tour points break ties. Round 1, Thursday, October 18th. The bottom 16 compete. 1 round, the top 8 advance. Friday, October 19th, quarterfinals. 9th to 16th are joined by the top 8 from round 1. Scores are reset to 0, the top 8 advance. Semifinals, Saturday, October 20th. 1st to 8th in tour points are joined by the top 8 from round 2. Win your card and advance. Plus 1 wild card. Payout, $500 for playing. Make it to the quarters, $700. Make it to the semis, $1,000. The finals, the winner goes home with $7,500. The Disc Golf Pro Tour Tour Championship, hosted by Prodigy at New World Disc Golf. Watch. Hey there everyone, welcome to the 2018 Discraft Great Lakes Open Patreon raffle. This is for round 2, and the round 2 winner is Eric Bush. Congratulations, Eric. Go to dgpt.com/winner, fill out your pertinence, and we'll get your shirt on the way to you. Thank you very much.
And here we are with the Day 2 Skip Ace Fantasy Update. Sitting in first place right now, tied with 1,289 points, are Jason Lamp and Zachary Mole. They had the exact same picks all the way through. Paul, Drew, Eric, Kevin, and Sarah and Jessica. However, the perfect lineup was not available. If you picked the top 4 in MPO and the top 2 in FPO, that would have been 6,003 points. However, there was a lineup out there that could get you 1,415 points for first place, that being Dave Feldberg, Paul McBeth, Kevin Jones, Nikko Locastro, Jessica Weese, and then traded out for Rebecca Cox. Let's see if you can make those improvements for Day 2. Did you see what happened on yesterday's round? It was crazy. Paul Ulibarri jumped up 33 spots. No, that's not what happened. Sorry, that's not what happened. James Conrad bogeyed hole 15, and then he was able to get a couple of birdies at the end to jump onto the lead card. No, that wasn't it. Oh, Nikko. Yeah, Nikko tied the course record from Friday while he was already on the lead card. No, you know what the story was yesterday. Paul McBeth, 18 under par. 1 eagle, 1 par. 1 stinking par on hole 10. So let's take a look at this round. So the way that the PDGA breaks up rounds, so if you shoot a 10 under par on, say, a super easy course, that's not the same as shooting a 10 under par on a really difficult course. So when they look at the best rated rounds of all time, they're broken up into a few different groups. Under 48 for the SSA, and the SSA is what the 1,000 rated round is, roughly. So if the 1,000 rated round is under 48, that's one group of ratings. And then you have a group that's from 48 to 53.99, and then you have a group from 54 to 59.99, and then you have from 60 to 64.99, or excuse me, 65.99, and then you have 66 and above, and that's for your most difficult courses. Yesterday, this course was coming in that middle group, which is 54 to 59.99, the SSA being about a 58 out here yesterday. So Paul falling in that group. Now, the best rated rounds of all time in that group, the first one is coming in Dave Feldberg with an 11-12 rated round. Excuse me, 11-13. Nikko coming in with the second highest rated round ever in this group at 11-11. And Paul had previously the third best round ever at 11-05. So it's interesting that the top 3 guys that were on this list were all playing together yesterday. So now Paul with an 11-08 unofficially rated round at this point. Until the tournament goes final and the TD reports are submitted, it's going to be unofficial. But at this point, it's an 11-08 rated round, the third best round of all time on this sort of course. Now, what made it special? It's the 18 under, right? Because that doesn't happen. 18 under on 18 holes on a very difficult course is what we just saw. And that was fun to watch. So how did it happen? What are the two kind of weird things that happened, right? So he got the eagle, about a 15-footer on hole 2 for the eagle, and then he got a par on hole 10, which is a really difficult high turnover shot that he was about 80 feet out from, and basically he just laid up really tough angle, having to get up over some bushes, quite a long distance, and to not have good footing. And then from that point on, he parred hole 10, and then he birdied the rest of the holes, including about a 50-footer on the 18th hole. Paul actually had 4 putts from circle 2 during yesterday's round in order to make this happen. One of those on the 18th hole, 50 feet. One of them on the first hole, about 40 feet. It was pretty crazy that the round started and ended on long putts for Paul, and we didn't know on that first hole what was getting started and how important that putt actually was to the 18 under round. So What does this leave us for today's round? Well, we've got a battle for second place. Nikko is 8 shots back from Paul. Not likely that he's going to get caught. If Paul were to shoot 4 under par, Nikko would still have to shoot better than the course record from Friday. So it's not likely that that's going to happen. So we're going to have a good battle. As I mentioned, James Conrad has jumped up and replaced Kevin Jones on the lead card, which means we're getting just another fantastic player who does have some winning pedigree to his name to add to this battle. And after the first card, there's a bunch of golfers that are starting to figure out this course that are grouped really tightly together. So I think what we're looking for here is to see how Paul follows up in 18. After you have one of the best things you've ever done in your life, how do you follow that up? So let's head out to the course and see how it's going to shake out. Hey Bobby, how's it going?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Okay, so you've been playing disc golf for forever. I mean, you sent me this picture of you playing with Barry Schultz when he looked like he was about 15. So, like, what? I mean, is there life before disc golf? How long have you been playing?
There really wasn't. Growing up across the street from La Mirada Regional Park, the U.S. Open and the La Mirada Cup started like in 85, 86. And so I was a child in a stroller out there in the disc golf, in the field games and stuff like that. So it's been a part of my life, my whole life. And I wouldn't do anything else, but I do like all golf. I play a lot of golf on the side, just so you don't want to get worn out on disc golf.
Sure.
You can really do it. If you do every day, you get tired. So. Okay,
so being a SoCal guy, is that your favorite type of disc golf, or do you prefer? I know NorCal's pretty different, or East Coast, or Texas, or Plains, or what?
I love woods.
Yeah.
Because I grew up dreaming about it, and I grew up in a real public park that didn't have that many trees. And when I get to North Carolina and start seeing some of these woods courses, it's a dream come true for me.
So I mean, were you doing anything other than disc golf as a kid?
Well, it started young, got into skateboarding, being SoCal.
Yeah, sure.
Got into skateboarding, got really good at that, broke my arm, and that led into me going back to the disc golf course because I figured it was going to be too aggressive of a sport.
Yeah.
And I had to cast up to, my 3/4, and that developed my form, was like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
So now I had to go under. And since then, I haven't changed it.
Okay, because that is something that people notice, is the high arm.
Me and Double G, he kind of like made that little patent thing.
Okay, so you're kind of getting up there in disc golf years. What do you want to be doing outside of disc golf?
I'd like to, teach more, push more to the game. Like it's outside of playing. I started a program with the YMCA. I have 3 different classes teaching children that have never seen disc golf, and that's real rewarding to give back because I have been in the game for 30 years, and it's time to give back so much because they gave me my friends, all my family right here.
Yeah.
So it's time to give a little back, and I love doing the YMCA thing because it's real rewarding.
Sure. Okay, so if there's just no disc golf, no ball golf, what would you spend your time doing?
Probably be at the beach.
Okay.
Yep.
Like just chilling or surfing
bodyboarding. In the ocean is one of my passions that I grew up. Me and my dad used to always go bodyboarding and surfing, so I'd probably be there,
So you're like the most stereotypical SoCal guy ever, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Do you have like 47 different pairs of flip-flops and and you love burritos and
I wear board shorts and every day,
Okay, are you gonna throw us a curve? Like, who's your favorite musician? Like, what kind of band do you listen to?
I am music. I'm very eclectic.
Yeah.
But my favorite, I would have to be like classic rock.
Nice.
Just classic rock. It really gets me in a good mood and gets me going, fired up to play some disc golf.
So did the last name Music? Do you have like a long line of musicians in your family, or is it just a coincidence?
It's funny because people ask, they're like, why didn't you play it? Do you play an instrument? And it really deterred me as a kid because everyone would play me a tune, Mr. Music, and I never got into it. I, fiddle around with the guitar every now and then, but never got deep into it. But it's fun.
Okay, but yes, I understand the stereotype, but we need a musical recommendation for Mr. Music.
Okay.
Favorite album of all time?
I'm gonna throw a curveball for everyone because I listen to rap. I do listen to rap, so I'm gonna go something off the wall with like Migos or something like that.
Okay, nice.
Because they're once again, there's beats and stuff that put me in a good mood and get me focused into what I'm doing and take my mind into a good spot.
Perfect. Hey, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Music.
Thank you very much.
All right.
At Kids Disc Golf, we believe the future is now. Talented and skilled junior disc golfers are getting ready to join us for the first ever United States Junior Disc Golf Championships hosted at Smuggler's Notch Resort in Jeffersonville, Vermont. Smugs boast world-class amenities and an experience like no other. Join other junior disc golfers and their families August 3rd through 5th and make this a family vacation you'll never forget.
Time for the 2018 Patreon raffle here in the third round of the Discraft Great Lakes Open. And our lucky winner is Patrick Yo. Congratulations, Patrick, one of our premier partners through Patreon. If you want to support the Pro Tour through Patreon, please go to patreon.com/DGPT. Lots of prizes, lots of thank yous. Enjoy the rest of the show.
And here we are with the Skip Ace Fantasy update heading into round 3 of the Discraft Great Lakes Open. How are you sitting? Right now, Stephen Kirkland sitting in first place with 1,333 points. And did you take a look at the perfect lineup? It is available. If you picked the top 4 in MPO and the top 2 in FPO, it would have cost you 6,000 points exactly. Did anybody have the foresight to do it? Let's see how everybody is standing after day 3. Here we are at stop 6 on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and we are at the home of Discraft here in Wixom, Michigan. And let me tell you, this place is incredible. A giant warehouse, but besides that, brand new office spaces that are super posh. But besides just looking good and storing lots of discs, the people here have extended their graciousness to the Disc Golf Pro Tour, allowing us to set up our conference room and offering us drinks and snacks all day. But what is Discraft known for? The Frisbees. Introducing what's been in development for 2 years now, the Full Foil Super Color Series. These discs are available in Stars Foil, Prism Foil, and Sparkle Foil, and let me tell you one thing, they are absolutely gorgeous. But what does every disc golfer want to see when they go to a factory or a warehouse? Racks and racks filled with stacks and stacks of beautiful, unthrown discs. And Discraft can take care of all of your stock needs as well as anything that you might need custom printed. They will take care of you. It has been fantastic to be here, and we are happy for their gracious welcome. Now let's head back to the final round.
Hey, Nate Doss here. People ask all the time, what are your 3 favorite discs? I'm here to show you. First, my putter, a Discraft Nate Doss Rubber Blend Challenger. Awesome putter. Mid-range, gotta be the Buzz. This is a Tour Series Nate Doss Buzz. And third but not least, a driver, a Z-Force. Now, it might not be for everybody. If you got some arm speed, you're young, you're ready to go, Z-Force is just for you. Head out to your local retailer, pick one up, check them out. I know you're gonna love them.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third and final day at the 2018 Great Lakes Open presented by Discraft. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers. And Dixon, there has to be a little bit, wind taken out of our sails, and we haven't seen much wind all weekend. But when Paul McBeth yesterday cards an 18 under par, how in the world do we come back on that final day and still have that excitement? Except for clamor for a 19 or 20, of course.
Going into yesterday, you would have said asking for an 18 would have been ridiculous. So, hey, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a 19. I mean, it was there. He was 18 under on 17 of the holes, and he birdied that hole 10 that he missed yesterday. He got it on the first day. So it's, in theory, it's possible.
Well, he's also doing some things that most of the field is not doing, and I think of like hole number 12. I believe there's only a couple of birdies that have taken place all weekend. Paul McBeth, 2 for 2 on hole number 12. That's incredible. What do you think his game plan will be today?
I don't think he's worried about the competition. Number one, because he thinks he's better as far as a competitor goes, and he's got an 8-shot cushion. I mean, he could probably play this entire round straight forehand, every shot forehand, and not give up 8 strokes. He could probably throw a few lefties just for the sake of it. Now, that would be insulting if he started throwing lefty up shots. But, I mean, he's got strokes to play with. I mean, even when you're a couple of shots behind him, you feel like I'm having to climb a mountain here. 8 shots, that's a ridiculous amount to try to catch on Paul.
All right. Well, right now, we're going to give you a whole preview of the beautiful hole number 1 at the Toboggan. Take it away, Dixon.
So this is where Paul got everything started yesterday, and he had a really good drive, but he was outside the circle deep. I think this is what we're going to see Paul do today, is to try to improve in the little areas that he can. He threw a really good drive here, like a 9.5 out of 10. He's going to try to make it a 9.9. I guess a perfect 10 would be acing every hole, and that's just out of the question, right? Maybe? I don't know. But you just want to put a gentle turnover on something here and let it float down the hill. There's not much wind to speak of happening right now, so they can choose whatever disc they're comfortable with and just let it hold that ante line and cruise all 470 feet down the fairway. It's a good opening hole. There's trouble to get in. There's good shots to be seen. You are allowed to kind of open up a little bit and rip one here on the first hole, so it's just a good way to jump into this. Not much trouble. I'd say everybody on the card is either birdie or par.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Let's see how they're going to do it.
And welcome to the 2018 Great Lakes Open, presented by Discraft. Ready for our 3:15 pairings? Team first, Paul McBeth.
So Paul McBeth is on the tee and ready to go. Great warm welcome from the massive gallery that is collected here for our final day on a gorgeous afternoon here in July. And that's going to be short from McBeth. It looks like it just didn't have any fight back or helix back whatsoever that kind of Anheuser the entire way.
It's within some putts that he made yesterday. It would be fun if Paul, instead of just trying to shoot a 19, like if he threw a roller on hole 1, just started to try the craziest routes.
I love the pattern here by Nikko, and I'm not just talking about his shirt today. That one ultimately hyzers out for him. That's out in the open. I think we've talked about it before. Walking away with a par is perfectly fine here. Birdie is a little bit of a bonus. And here's Dave Feldberg.
this hole playing just a fraction over par, 15% birdie, 15% bogey, with one little double bogey hanging out in there to tip the scales in the over par place, or two double bogeys, excuse me. Hey, that was quite a bit of body language there.
And like McBeth, that turned a little too tight to the woods, and our newcomer to the card today, James Conrad. It's certainly a fan favorite. And if you loved watching Paige Bjerkaas' hair fly around as she ripped her drives, get ready, because James Conrad, a little bit more hair.
Quite a mane, and he throws with his entire body. It is fun to watch.
Again, a little too much angle. Going to listen to a word from our sponsor as we move down the hill at the toboggan.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
The Dynamic Disc Recruit is a tournament quality basket at a practice level price. The Recruit is the ultimate basket for backyard practice or temporary courses. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
A little shorter. So it's probably Nikko, right? I'll let Nikko go.
All right, Dave Feldberg with a little traffic control.
Go ahead, Conrad, Nikko, me.
Wow, he's just bellowing out. In all seriousness, Dave just letting the rest of the group know what order it's going to be. As they were walking off the course yesterday, I heard Paul McBeth say, Dave, you were with me when I shot my great round at the Memorial as well. And so Dave was excited to be back on the card. Those two played yesterday, and we'll see if there's going to be any more fireworks in store today.
Is Dave the original Big Germ? Bringing good luck to the people on the card?
Dave's been around for a very long time, playing a lot of golf, and he's got a number of titles.
This is just layup zone for the three besides Paul. I mean, Dave here's probably sitting at about is that a white flag flapping around, or that's a blue flag. So he's a little bit outside, I don't know, 15, 20 feet outside of circle 2, around a tree. Just put it at the base and move on to the second hole. And now Paul. I'm curious if I'm sure he wants to do it again, but at the same time, like just having an early par just kind of takes everybody's mind off of it, and they can, they can appreciate it for what it is. It's just a good solid round.
His putting stroke was flawless yesterday, both inside the circle and inside circle 2 as well. Oh, and he is, in fact, washed up. That is Paul McBeth.
What is this, AM2?
And there probably is, in all seriousness, there probably is, as you mentioned, a little bit of a sigh. It's no longer necessarily a thought. Now, if he somehow eagles 1 or 2 additional holes out there and gets on a hot streak, then the conversation can continue. But there's probably a little bit of a relief for everyone. We don't have to worry about another crazy round just yet.
I wonder if the crowd gave him a sarcastic boo or something.
I think that's why we're in the booth. We can say mean things like that. This is routine cleanup for four of our competitors. Moving on to hole 2, what are we going to see up the hill, Dixon?
Well, we are treated here to the easiest hole on the course in relation to par. This is the lone par 5, 726 feet, and it's uphill the entire way, about 76 feet worth of uphill total. The drive, you're just trying to put on the short grass in between the trees. And then from there, depending on how far your drive gets, you can decide if you want to try to go all the way up the hill. This is a no 5 hole. I had to look down to the 23rd player this round to find somebody that didn't birdie or eagle this hole. A par here almost surely gives away strokes to most of the field. 63% right now, birdie or better. This hole's playing at over a half a stroke under par at 4.43. So just look for a comfortable rip here, whatever they're used to doing, whatever they feel good about. And then that's kind of when the hole begins. Is deciding to go all the way up the hill or just most of the way up the hill on the second shot.
Something interesting to note from this morning, it seemed as if, even though it was the third round, it seemed as if things moved a little bit slower, even during the women's round this morning, and we might be experiencing that right now. Paul's just waiting, maybe either for the card or the gallery and everyone else to move out of position for him on hole number 2, but that's something to take note of. The flow might not be as consistent today. That's a good kickback there. Ricochet off the side hill for McBeth. And Nikko's favorite shot in the game, a huge turnover that usually flexes out. He would like that to finish with a little bit more hyzer, had either more height or a little less angle. But being on that right side should work just fine for him.
Yeah, Dave's kind of the anti-Nikko. He moves things left to right, and Nikko's always moving things right to left at the end of their flights there. James here, if you're not familiar with James, I mean, he has the distance to get up there with Paul. He is a huge thrower of the disc, but a lot of times James actually clubs down from a destroyer to something like a Thunderbird because he can still get massive distance, yet have a lot of control over the angles of his disc. I think he stayed on the short stuff there.
If you're short on fun, let's check in with Steve Dodge.
Hello everyone, we're here at Discraft headquarters to do today's Keen Super Chat raffle. We've had $103 donated so far. Thank you all very much. And we will be looking to get another 27 at least so we can give away another pair of shoes tomorrow. We give away a pair of shoes for every $65. So 27 plus 65, 80, 92. If we get another $92 today, we'll give away 2 pairs of shoes on next Wednesday's Pro Tour Talk podcast. So for today, here we go. The random number is 62. And that is Kyle Heiser. Good luck to all the great Heisers out there today. And Kyle, go to dgpt.com/winner and let us know your pertinence. You've got a pair of free Keen shoes coming your way. Back to the action.
Thank you to Steve Dodge along with Keen in the Super Chat. A little extra action you can get in on not only just enjoying the broadcast, but you can win stuff. Man, it just doesn't stop here on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, Keen Shoes for donating money. That's a pretty good deal. So this is almost exactly what Dave had yesterday. He's about 2 feet to the right, so he doesn't have the upslope on the side. Let's see if he can get better control over this one today. Yeah, he gets to the top of the hill, but he doesn't quite get the hyzer back that he was looking for. He'll have a long putt for the eagle. Even though Nikko is just on the right side fringe here, this is actually a good spot for him to throw his helix shot out to the left, bending to the right. He's got a lot of room to work it here.
Hit out of it. Sick.
Nikko asking it to come or stay out of the shul or the rough on that left-hand side. And if you haven't tried to throw an outright drive as hard as you can while running uphill, I'll tell you, it's very difficult to do.
Yeah, it throws your timing off. Just everything is wrong when you're running up a hill, or even if you're running downhill. All of the thousands and thousands of practice shots you've had are almost worthless because the timing is just not there for you to fire when you normally would.
More often than not, when you see someone running up a hill, you're more likely to release a little early. And it seemed as if that might be what happened with Nikko as he then finished out into the left. See Alyssa Van Lannen out there capturing photos for the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Yeah, if you want to see her work, go to the Disc Golf Pro Tour page on Flickr.com, and she has for each tournament a couple hundred pictures of super high quality. It's a really great way to hear the story of the tournament by looking at pictures. She's got a great one of Paige Bjerkaas from yesterday after hitting a big putt.
And McBeth seemed to adjust his footing just fine as he's putting himself right next to the screen. That's going to be an easy tap in for McBeth.
Hey-oh, we're back on the 18 under watch. Here
Yes,
we go.
we are.
Okay, so this is the view that we looked at a couple of days ago. We started talking about the gang fight that was necessary and who we need to fight on our behalf. A friend reached out to me last night, and I can't believe I forgot this name, Alexei Bubas.
Oh, yeah.
He's a transfer student from the Ukraine that went to college at Arkansas. And in the 15 years or so since I've seen him, I think he has lifted every weight in the state of Florida. He is a massive individual and super athletic. So, yeah, I got him on my squad now with Ben Askren and Big Germ and Avery Jenkins.
Well, we know he's got a great forehand. Wasn't he a semi-professional or professional tennis player as well?
He teaches tennis lessons now, so he can throw. He was the first guy I ever saw throw a thumber, like an overhand shot. He threw an epic to me one time from about 500 feet away. And I was terrified because I had no idea which direction to run.
Exactly.
And it was definitely coming at me. He can throw that thing just so far, or he used to be able to. No idea if he still plays golf anymore.
James Conrad also from an awkward stance. So if there's anything to be taken from this, it's not as much about the uphill distance, although that's still a challenge. It's the stance or the run-up that is so challenging here on this par 5. And real quick, speaking of thumbers, we have to acknowledge Brian Schweberger is out on the board. He is watching from Alaska. I know he's up there competing just a few weekends ago. He goes up there every year. So Brian Schweberger is out on the chat board. We've got a lot of celebrities out there. And Brian Schweberger, as we all know, the best thumber ever.
I remember running into Schwebe the very first time I ever went to go watch like professional disc golf. It was either 2003 or 4 Worlds down in Houston, and he threw a roller with a Firebird, and that melted my mind at the time, because to me the Firebird was, I mean, this was like the Whip It X or something. It was the most stable disc I'd ever seen, and he was rolling it, and I was so geeking out on that.
A great forehand. So Nikko pulling out one of his tools out of his bag of tricks there to throw a nice, gentle little forehand up into the basket.
And now here's Dave with his long look at the eagle. Great run there by Dave. A little bit short, but hey, tap-in birdies are always good.
Conrad. 18 under par.
You know what's better than tap-in birdies?
Tap-in eagles.
Tap-in eagles. I mean, I just hear that they're fun. I don't know if I have any of those personally, but they seem like they would be a lot of fun.
Speaking of fun, let's get down this toboggan.
So this was a hole that Paul almost eagled as well yesterday. He had an opportunity to be 5 under after 3. His second, or excuse me, no, I forget. This is a par 4. You're right. So he long downhill, similar to number 1. You don't want to turn it over too much to the right. That's really the only bad thing that you can do. You can go way out to the left. Paul was almost over in 13's fairway yesterday, and he was still able to almost dunk it for the 2. Instead, he got the tap-in birdie. Turn over something just a little bit, let it hold for a while, and then hyzer back. You really don't need a huge amount off this hill because it's so far downhill. If you can control your angle and have a nice flat shot with the nose down going down the hill, you'll be able to get enough distance for these guys to be able to approach for the birdie putt. But really, this drive is all about staying out of trouble. The entire right-hand side is that is the depository for lost discs in the state of Wisconsin or the state of Michigan here.
And thanks to Matt at UDisc, he's providing a few additional stats because, quite frankly, sometimes we're too lazy to look. He's out on the board letting us know that only 5 eagles on that hole today. Round 1 had 6 in the MPO field, and round 2 had 5 as well. Thank you to Zuka for their support of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. They've been very generous in doing multiple things with the Pro Tour, including a fundraiser for cancer research last October. So this is, of course, the Zuka Trust that you guys have come to know and see at all of the Pro Tour events. And are they holding up for possibly second card still out on the fairway? Is that it, Dixon, do you think?
I see people hanging out down there. I'm hoping that that's spotters and not the players on the card in front.
John?
They were talking about earlier of stationing some or stacking a couple of cards on this hole, of having having the group on the tee or having a group tee off, go down to their shots, and then turn around and watch the group on the box, then throw. And when the group on the box is coming down the fairway, then that group is throwing their approach shots just to kind of help speed things up on this hole. I mean, there was a big enough gap there towards the end of the tee times that I'm assuming that there's no wait at this point. I'm going to guess that is spectators down there just kind of filtering in. It didn't feel like walking up the hill of hole 2 and just kind of cut the corner and walked across 13's fairway.
And McBeth's shot flips up, but not quite enough. And this is eerily similar to what we saw yesterday. It just seems as if, as you mentioned, you don't want to turn it over. So Paul's going for what we would say is the good miss, so to speak. He'd rather have it hyzer out and finish to the left where there's really no danger whatsoever, as opposed to turning it over a little bit too much and then finding himself in trouble.
Yeah, if you were playing this hole casually, you wouldn't like that shot because, I mean, it's probably 600 feet away in some tall grass, and you'd have a hard time tracking that down. But with all of these spotters, it's just pick whatever you want to do. Nikko now turning that disc over, and if it holds for a little bit longer, he should be sitting on the front. Beautiful.
What a great shot by Locastro. Oh, wow. That is a prime position to land in here on hole number 3.
Wow. I mean, that's well over 700 feet.
Dave Feldberg not with a high enough leg kick. That is tracking hard left. And that's actually hole 13's parallel fairway, if I recall.
Although he might have a difficult shot from there because I think he's on the upslope of 13, which would give him a downslope run for his drop or for his second shot here on hole 3. This one, yeah, I like the angle that it came out of his hand as far as nose down. That's better than Nikko. And Nikko was already 700 plus. Wow.
We'll see you after a word from our sponsor.
Tempercraft USA. Double walled 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot. Keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
Here we are as the second caddy for Feldberg. He's going to head up over the berm and through the tall grass, and then over the river and through the woods to get over to his disc. And then let the guys on 13 play through. If you ever find yourself in this sort of situation, generally you want to let the higher numbered hole play, so that you're not creating a backup.
Yeah, right? My disc was like literally right in front of me.
Well, Dave getting distracted here. Giving Dutch a hug. Yeah.
Okay, Batman is on the scene. Interesting fact. Store this one in your database.
I'll be the judge on whether or not it's interesting.
It is.
Okay.
Dutch Napier, as far as we know, the only individual on the planet with a Smashbox TV tattoo.
Oh, wow.
And if we're wrong, please prove me wrong.
Yes.
But as far as I know...
I'd like to know how many beers were involved in that decision.
No. Dutch is a big smashy. We love it. So it looks like we've got Austin Turner. If the hair matches the goldenrod grass, yep, that is Austin. Austin, of course, a Discraft sponsored player. He's got some fundraiser disc. Go out and purchase one today.
I thought Dutch was kind of getting away from the whole Batman thing. Is he wearing? I don't see a Batman.
He's not wearing a cape, if that's what you mean.
Okay. True.
I don't see a tool belt on him either.
Terry, it's a utility belt.
Sorry.
Come
Okay.
What's the matter with this guy? Tool belt.
I was going to say a belt full of tools, but a utility belt. Wow. I'm sorry. I am not up on my comics. I apologize, everyone out there.
Come on. You were a child at one time.
Well,
possibly still. All right. So now we're back here with Feldberg. This is a long throw, but it's possible. I mean, he is going downhill from there. If he can get it turned over with the right nose angle, I think he can get there. Yeah. Well, that's closer than he was yesterday after 2 shots. So it looks like he's maybe just inside of circle 2.
Good.
Thank you. I'm not sure our cameramen were made aware of the new format here, so everyone has to shift around, get into position.
Okay, and I have to tell myself here, okay, he's not going to put it in today. So let's calm our expectations a little bit in case anybody else is thinking it.
Looks like he's throwing
that's a Nova.
A Nova as opposed to going with something sharp edge.
That drive must have been quite a bit further than yesterday, or he must have had much better footing. Nikko and James having to walk up and see where the basket is because of this hill. This is such a ridiculously long drive for both of these guys. Great shot there by Nikko.
Very quick and easy work here of hole number 3 for Nikko Locastro. Look at just how beautiful it is outside. Of course, we're here in the Discraft headquarters, located about 15 minutes away. So not able to take in this gorgeous weather outside, but it looks like everyone is enjoying it. The one thing I did hear is that it is hotter than what we've experienced the previous 2 days. And James says, all right, Nikko, I see that, and I raised you about 6 feet.
Yeah, it's hotter than it has been the last 2 days, but not quite as hot as it was during practice rounds. So I'm sure everybody is remembering those days on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and they're happy with this. It's a little bit over 80 degrees, mid-80s maybe, but the wind is down from yesterday. It'll still tickle them every now and again, but for the most part, it's down.
And then 28 under, 26 under.
And as they're moving down the fairway, we'll take a quick look. I see that Willie Prince has moved into sole possession of second, sitting at 23 under par. And what a start! Maybe going after that McBeth record. It looks like he is 6 under through the first 5 holes.
That's pretty good, right?
Apparently it is.
I mean,
as he is doing some work out there.
Unless Paul throws something in, that he's not going to be able to be at that score. And really not a local here, but from the other side of Michigan, actually from Wyoming, Michigan, which seems like somebody just got, no creativity when you're naming your city.
Oh, Feldberg off the front of the cage.
So Nikko, Paul, and James all with about 15 feet or less to go. That's pretty good on a 900-foot hole in 2 shots. Dave tapping in for his par, wishing he could have been a part of that all-star birdie. Par's not bad on that hole, though. Par on this hole is actually pretty good sometimes. This is hole 4. It's one of my favorite holes on the course because your landing zone is so important. There's lots of places you could throw a good drive and not have a good shot to the basket. That's what we saw yesterday with 3 of our 4 competitors having no angle off of their drive. There is the big hyzer shot. There is a flat shot going down the line of the drone here. And actually, if I was going to walk down here and place a disc at a reasonable spot that I could land, it would be probably just to the left of this tree or to the right in this area here that gives you the angle that you want to have going into this upslope green that has downslope right behind it. It has shul on 4 sides. So you've got to get to the spot you want to have the shot that you want if birdie is going to happen for you on this hole.
Well, there are lots of incredible routes that you could go. One thing we talked about yesterday is that you were saying players can be really aggressive out on this course. When you get to the green, it's going to be relatively open more often than not. This may be being one of the few exceptions to that. What do you think the game plan is when somebody comes out to a course like this? Are they putting that that premium on finding the fairway, or maybe are they just going to come out here and grip it and rip it and see what happens?
There's some holes that you can do that. This is not one of them. A lot of the times the quote unquote danger around the hole is just the tall grass, and that doesn't really affect us if you're within, say, 200 feet. If you don't have to have a run up, the tall grass isn't really going to bother you unless it's 6 foot tall grass. But out here, it's generally about waist high at the most. And as long as your disc is found, that's a shot these guys can execute. On this hole, it's woods and underbrush and thorns and all sorts of stuff. So if you get off of this one, that being able to scramble for the birdie is not really going to happen.
Well, and we've seen Paul McBeth take an interesting route, or maybe not the route you would assume someone would take. He kind of plays this wide hyzer out to the right side and then lets it dump right back to the fairway. And it's worked out relatively well the first 2 rounds. And it looks like he got hung up by one of the early trees.
Yeah. I mean,
not hanging it out wide enough to the right there?
Yeah, he's trying to get around that tree. But the reality is that's the better tree to hit than if he had put his hyzer out too far to the right. He'll have like a forehand kind of skip shot from there, and he'll still be able to see some of the tunnel. So that is definitely savable. Obviously not what he's trying to do, though.
Nice.
And I think that's right about where Paul was yesterday. I think that's too far up the hill to the left side of this fairway that he's going to have to go under the branches of the trees right in front of him, and he's not going to be able to get back up the hill unless he pulls out some crazy shot like Paul did yesterday, parking it from right about that same spot. Yeah, this seems to be a much purer angle here. Yes, fantastic. That is standstill putter approach zone right there. Great shot by James. I think that's probably the best drive we've seen on all 3 days of the live broadcast. Yeah, and that Dave's right in line with where Nikko's disc landed. So we'll see how they're going to handle these in just a second.
Get online and support.
So this is from the basket, looking back at Paul, and no, he is too far right. He is going to have to throw a low, screaming forehand shot to try to hit with a hyzer angle on the dirt that you see, and hope that it skips up the hill enough to give him a putt.
And he knows he pulled it short, and it gets hung up. And more so than the distance, he's going to have a very obstructed putt. He might not be able to even have a good look at that basket from there.
That might be Mr. Rogers' layup neighborhood over there. Yeah, the uphill slope to this basket is what makes the texture on this hole so intriguing. Because, I mean, if it was just flat out there, a lot of shots would be able to work. But these low branches really give this hole something to think about. I really like this hole because of that.
Yes! Yeah! Woo! Oh, and Feldberg likes it, as does the gallery.
He had to hit an early gap there. Those shots are fun sometimes, because if you just focus on the gap, a lot of times only good things are going to happen if you hit your initial one. But if you don't hit your initial one, all sorts of bad things. So great job on Dave. He's got a tap-in birdie on this hole after a good drive that landed just a little bit wrong.
And Nikko's going to try and play it. And a little bit surprising with as hard as that ground is.
Yes.
It didn't get more of a skip. I think that probably even shocked Nikko.
Yeah, I mean, unless that was some sort of blunt edge, soft disc, that should have jumped for sure.
Sounds like the tournament staff asking the gallery, who is being roped off there, to hold him to their position. Everybody's anxious to move down the fairway.
There is enough of a slope there that his disc could have just kept scuttling down there. Hopefully he's still within circle one, but great shot by James, and that shows why having the angle on the drive is so important, because he could throw whatever disc he wanted. Him going with the approach AVR there, I believe, is what he throws for his approach shots. But a great angle by James there, landing about 10 feet short and skipping to some distance, just a bit long.
We'll have to see if McBeth has any branches or other foliage in his way. Paul McBeth will be celebrating his 28th birthday tomorrow, as his wife Hannah is also out on the board.
So in case anybody's wondering there why Paul's able to move sticks out of his way, if they're dead and unattached and they are impeding your throw or your stance, you're able to move.
He's got to look. It's up, and he thought for a moment he had it, but look at it roll. Let's see just how far that rolled away from McBeth. Just a few moments ago, I spoke of how hard the ground is in that area. So when that did catch edge, and like you said, with the hillsides, we'll have to see just how far that went on McBeth.
Oh, he's still out.
3 worst words in disc golf?
Yes.
You're still out. No big deal, as Paul's able to still clean that one up here on hole number 4. And Nikko makes sure to take his time, and looks like it pays off. He finds the bottom of the basket for the birdie.
Yeah, he's been hitting his putts good these last couple rounds, and I mean, we've got that to say. If it's going to take so long to putt, at least he's making them. You hate those times when it takes forever for some player to go, and then they throw a bad shot. Like, I waited all this time for that. So at least Nikko's given us some good putts to look at. So Nikko keeping pace with Willie Prince there, who is now 7 down through 6 still, and he is putting for birdie on the 6th hole. Or shouldn't he just put it in, just like James did on the 6th hole? So as of right now, Paul has more pars through the first 4 holes than he did all day yesterday.
Ouch.
Yeah. What a chump.
What happens on hole 6 here,
He's going to have to switch teams on Champs vs. Chumps this next time around. So hole 5, and this is the sort of hole that can really separate people here. You have to throw a turnover shot. This is the shortest hole on the course, so it is reachable. However, you have to throw a turnover shot to get up a hill, and it has to hold that turnover angle the whole way. It can't die out. It can't flex back. It's got to hold that ante if you want to get to where you're putting. Now, that's how most people deal with this hole. Hit this gap and then deal with the consequences. Paul throws a giant spike roller sort of shot and just tries to crash into the trees and land on top of the basket is basically what seems his idea. He hasn't executed that shot great either round, yet he did get the birdie, obviously, yesterday. And I think he got it on the first day as well. I'll have to go back and take a look, but it is definitely a unique way to go about playing this hole. Yeah, he did get it on the first day as well. So what do I know? He's 2 for 2 on this hole. I was only 1 for 1. So he's twice as good as me at this hole.
That would be one way to put it.
Just because there's no, like, the shot I throw it in the tree. And there's one sidearm up there. Like, huh? A couple guys up there with the first round. Like, yeah. Last game this tree hit. That's scary. Yeah. That's the only reason I go over the top. That's alright, I ain't worried about it. I can't figure out anybody nutted it.
Like Feldberg and his caddy were up there taking a look at things.
Yeah, we're clear. He's clear now. I just want to put aim over the top and just trade it. I've got a 40 footer and a 45 footer. That's definitely short.
And Nikko, you could hear him say, that's definitely short right out of his hand. He gets to the top of the hill, but no penetration.
Had to wait on it.
And a good hold on the sneeze, I believe, by Nikko Locastro.
And James, like the crowd on the box is clapping. He got through the gap, but as we saw, he hit a tree right there as soon as he got in. Is going to have a long putt or a short upshot for the birdie too. Oh no. Dave trying to go tight there and hits the lone tree in the fairway and drops straight down. That is bad news. Paul sees all the trouble that everybody else is getting in and says, I'm just going to crush it over the top. Oh, and he is down there as well. There's some sort of force field right inside the trees there. So we'll take a break and see if we can figure out what the heck's going on hole 5 here. Dave going with the standstill roller.
Wow. And Dave's not even sure just how good that shot is after he threw it.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as good as you can hope for from there, that you then have a look. It's a long look, but hey, it's better than being buried again. And all of these strokes are mattering. Once you get past, so Paul is way out in front of Nikko and Willie. Got 8 shots on them, and Nikko and Willie have 3 shots on the next guy, that being Grady Shue and Kevin Jones. And there's actually 8 players tied within 2 strokes of each other right there. So a lot of movement can happen with 1 birdie or 1 bogey by these top players.
And that looked very similar to his putt yesterday, a little bit further away, but it still had the same line to it. And Paul McBeth with, dare I say, is that back-to-back pars?
I mean, why are we even filming this? What a gif. James giving a bid, but just hyzering out early.
Better there than 20.
Body English he could muster with that one, and Dave Feldberg cards the long birdie from way downtown here on hole 5.
No, that was the par.
Oh, correction, sorry, the par.
He needed that to save a par. And so he's going to move to the next hole with the same score of several other people and feel pretty good about life right now. Nikko gives it the thoughtful bid, but not able to capitalize there. All in for his par. Everybody else to clean up here.
And cleaning up another birdie is Willie Prince, who birdies hole number 7 and is 8 under through the first 7 holes. Here's Dave Feldberg again.
That's fun. So moving on to hole 6, let's see if Dave can take that little bit of energy boost he got there and pump out a good drive. Hole number 6 coming at you, a really great 2-shot hole, 540 feet. And the idea off the box is you have got to get to the top of this hill. Right now we're flying over the low spot, and that dirt spot you see is a straight upslope. Get past the dirt and onto the grass, and you've got a flat look into the tunnel. If you get left of those trees on the left, your angle is completely gone, and you're going to have to challenge the shoal on the left or the right. In here is a great landing area, leaving you about 200 feet into the basket. Pretty much no matter what you do, you've got to line up with this tunnel if you want to get to the hole. Getting up here to the sunlight will put you inside of circle 1, and this is a great birdie to get, one of the better par 4s on the course. Well, I think that was balk number 2.
Oh my God, that's real good.
Ooh, that could be bad over there. Now, there are a lot of people saying that they should have more OB out on this course. So let's say that was OB, then Nikko would get to come back to the fairway. If there's no OB there and that went 100 feet into the woods, he's going to have to go 100 feet in the woods to try to get out from there. James needs that to hyzer a touch. Ooh, and that he is right about the break line on whether or not he's going to be able to have a flat shot to the basket or if he's going to have to elevate it right away.
A moment ago, we saw Dave Feldberg make that great par save. As you said, that might just be a little bit of a confidence boost. Sure, it was for a par, but maintains that focus. We'll see if Dave can get on track and pick up some birdies.
Good shot there by Dave. Doing the bull dance, feeling the flow.
Circular. Circular. And Paul McBeth on the bottom of the box.
Yeah, he's on a real dry spell here, unlike anything he's seen since Friday. there you go. Short grass and long. Great shot there by Paul. So as they walk up to the hole, we'll walk over to our sponsor.
My name's Cody Britton, and it's a hot one out here, which is perfect because we're going to be talking about the heat. One of the great things about the heat is it gives any skill level player the ability to get it up to speed, to get tremendous amounts of glide. The rim fits well in anyone's hand. So one of the things that I love about this disc is how easily I can throw a consistent Anheuser. You can even use it to throw manicured shots through the woods. It's just an all-around phenomenal disc. Check out the heat for yourself today. You can pick one up at Discraft.com or your local retailer.
Dixon, as we take a look at the scores, we see, of course, Paul McBeth still comfortably in the lead. And you just mentioned a moment ago, McBeth has not, at any other point during this tournament, taken back-to-back pars until just now.
Yeah,
so,
this is the
interesting stat for sure.
It's calamity time. Paul actually only has 6 pars for the whole tournament going into this round. And he's got 3 already this round. So, I mean, the sky is falling over here at the toboggan course.
Willie Prince sits at 25 under par. He moves up the leaderboard. Nikko Locastro sitting in 3rd place at the moment.
Wow. This camera is probably 15 or 20 feet away from Nikko and can hardly, I mean, I can't see him all right there.
Now, to be fair, he is somewhat camouflaged with his attire today.
Yeah, true. He does blend in there with the tribal design.
Hard times. Did he just call for a time extension? He might have been out of those about 6 years ago.
Yeah, I didn't make out what he said there.
As we wait on Nikko, I believe we'll have a moment to discuss a few things. In a very hypothetical situation, I know I kind of just jokingly brought up a time extension. What would you think of that? You do have 30 seconds to throw your shot. What if you were also then allowed to, say, call 2 time extensions or whatever number that might be throughout the round? Would you, how would you feel about a rule of that nature?
Well, you have 30 seconds to throw with a reasonable amount of time to get to your disc. It does, like the 30 seconds doesn't start after the person in front of you finishes throwing. So in a situation like that where it's difficult to get to your disc or difficult to get to a stance, there's a lot more flexibility that players will have with each other. Now, you know, if like James here with a wide open look at the basket, if he was to take a whole bunch of time, I think they would be much more cognizant of that. For the most part, I don't think there's really a need to have these time extensions that you're talking about, and hopefully we never go to something like that.
Speaking of extensions, do you think that's what James Conrad has in his hair? Are those
no, that's all natural, baby.
How many obscure questions do you think I could ask you during this round, Dixon?
I think that's 7 so far. Does that one count?
I believe so. Okay. And that was a great shot by James Conrad.
Get the whole notebook. So you get to go to there. You get a disc with essentially, yeah.
And I like the move here. Dave Feldberg double checking with his group. If he were to lean out, it's always great to make sure that your competitors and your card mates take a look at the stance or the position that you might be taking, because they may be looking at it and not see it from the exact same angle, or they may think that you're out of position, and they could warn you or let you know that ahead of time before possibly creating a rules infraction. And that's exactly what Dave was doing there. Looks like he's double-checked yet again.
That is a tough shot when you know your hand is going to hit something on the through. Beautifully executed there by Dave.
Me than you. Right there.
Apparently the left side of the fairway is the place to be. Great shots from over there.
Looks like he should end his birdie drought here. And speaking of birdies, I believe Willie Prince just carded another birdie. In fact, he has. He is 9 down through 8 holes. Willie Prince moves to 26 under par.
And he has a look from circle 2 on hole number 9. I mean, Paul still has a 6-shot lead there, and really about to be 7 shots after playing this next hole, or tapping out here. So, I mean, it's still quite a comfortable lead. But yes, Willie making the run here. We didn't think anybody would really be able to make a run, and we probably wouldn't have picked Willie as the guy to do it, just based off of the rest of the caliber of the field that's hanging out right here behind Paul. But he has staked his claim. He is in solo second place by 2 strokes right now. Fantastic round going on his part.
Oh, and James Conrad knew it. Running it down. What a birdie by James Conrad here on hole number 6.
Lovely. Great shot there by James.
Really no doubt as Feldberg's able to put that one in, and seeing Paul McBeth make a slight adjustment from yesterday. He had to make a 25-footer today. Bag on. That's a pro move. Try that at home, folks. And everybody but Locastro in for the birdies. Let's take a look at hole 7.
Hole 7's one of the only tunnel shots that you've really got to hit off the box here. Your drive is absolutely determined by the shape of this fairway. There's really no options other than backhand hyzer here for a right-handed player. If you can bust out of here, this hole being a par 4 at 462 feet is, or excuse me, at 483 feet, it's a really soft par 4. Pretty much everybody's drive is going to be on the short grass, and the further left, the better. If you get left of that tree, or at least deep enough back from it and left of the tree, you're going to have a wide open shot to an extremely receptive green. And really at this point, it's just a matter of let's make sure I hit the tunnel clean. Because even a bad drive on this hole, if you were to throw it dead flat, you still have an opportunity for a high forehand or some sort of turnover shot to be able to still keep putting for the birdie. So really the only question right here from these players' minds is, how do I make sure to hit the gap going in the right direction?
And does anybody think about the eagle potential here, or are they just trying to make sure that they line themselves and put themselves in position for birdie?
Yeah, the angle that the drive needs to go and the distance make it almost uneagleable, but the shortness of it after the drive is what makes the birdie so good. I think about the only way you could eagle is to throw a turnover forehand shot that hyzers back, but I don't think the ceiling is high enough for you to be able to do that because it is going uphill just a little bit, about 50 feet uphill from tee to green, but most of that is right at the very end. Yeah, that's great. It's in the tall grass, but he has passed the one tree, and that's just going to be a standstill putter shot for James. Dave likes that drive. He's sitting right over there by James, and he's actually on the inside of the tall grass. Shouldn't have hardly any sort of interruption to his throw. And there is another good one. Left and on the short stuff. Nikko now to complete the group in the good spot. And he makes the gap but comes out low. He'll have an open look, but it'll be quite a long one. So we'll come back and see what Nikko is doing here in just a moment. Oh.
Willie Prince continues as he's now pushed to 10 down through the front 9.
Oh, that's a good shot by Nikko. Holding your angle on an anhyzer like that while you're going uphill and get it to land at the right angle, that is such a technical shot. Really well executed there by Nikko. So if you're curious about Willie and you're not looking at UDisc Live, he had a 56 in round 1 and a 53 in round 2. He hasn't had any bogey since the 14th hole of round 1, so he's been playing solid golf over the last couple of days.
And McBeth with no problems to his approach shot inside 20 feet.
And if you take a look at Willie's scorecard so far this round, he's got 3 circle 2 putts and a throw in from 136 feet on hole 2.
Wow.
So, it's going good for him right now.
Is maybe the one thing we need to check. Maybe it's Willie's birthday today.
I guess that's possible. No, February 1st. Sorry.
Go. That'll work.
And Feldberg thinks that's short, and really only just by a few feet. That'll be perfectly manageable putt, even a little bit of a downhill slope for it.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a grip lock there, pulling it over to the right. But the good drive on this hole gives you quite a bit of margin of error on your second shot here.
And James Conrad about the same distance, just left side of the pin.
So, you know, we joke about it sometimes with how long some players take, but actually when you have a couple of players on a card like this that are a little bit slower than normal, it kind of actually helps with backups on the course because you just take a little bit longer. So instead of having to wait for 5 minutes at a time, you're constantly waiting for 10 seconds or 15 seconds, and it kind of opens things up a little bit. So sometimes it's not an awful thing to wait for. And that was right at 30 seconds. I put kind of an unofficial clock there just to see what was going on. So not at all. It's, you know, people say, oh, well, if you're over 30 seconds, you should call it. Like if a 31 second, somebody should be calling that. I mean, it's there is a little bit of grace that needs to happen here. So yes, it does seem long compared to some other players, but he's technically kind of within right there.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
very surprising to see that.
Just because I said sometimes it's okay that players take a long time, I didn't know they were going to actually then take a super long time back-to-back throws.
And a much quicker approach here by Nikko Locastro, who's certainly frustrated by letting that relatively short birdie putt come up short.
Yeah, this is playing as the second easiest hole on the course.
Yeah. Wow, so you definitely feel like you're giving one away here.
Yeah, 55% of the field are birdieing. So if you get a par here, that means half of the players beat you. Half of the players not beating Paul, that's for sure. So with that birdie, he has now stretched his lead back to 7 over Willie and 10 over Nikko now. So over here on hole 8, what we have is a drive that you absolutely have to commit to. There's no low shot, there's no laying up really. It's just smash it over the top of these trees that we're about to fly under and then deal with the consequences. There is enough of a downhill drop on this hole that these players have the distance to get all the way to the basket. It's going downhill about 64 feet. So what they're looking to do is to throw a flat shot over the top of the trees and let it hyzer down and continue pushing forward so that they can get a putt. With the caliber of this player, it's almost always either in the circle or just outside the opening with a long look for the birdie. Yesterday we had a couple of park jobs and a couple of long putts that to entertain us with. We'll see if we can get that same sort of action here in just a second. as we see James going through his motions here. Willie has missed a birdie putt or birdie opportunity on hole 10. He's putting for par from circle 1.
That hole 10, it's a real round killer right here.
Yeah. Well, it is a really difficult hole to be fair to Willie here. Oh, and James coming in from the opposite direction to a park job on this downhill hole. Our cameraman Chad there putting himself in danger to get close to the basket when Paul's about to throw. He needs to retreat to the safety of his tree shelter here in just a second.
McBeth doesn't like it right off the tee.
Yeah, he did not get it flat. That's going to be way over off to the side of
To the side of the 10 feet short basket side place.
Okay. That had to have hit a tree like 90 feet up and fallen straight down.
Wow.
Because that was going way left.
Paul McBeth left with a tap in here on hole 8 for birdie.
Yeah, that's why he wins world championships, because he just gets loved like that.
Be careful, Dixon. You're going to be called a McBeth fanboy again.
Yeah, no kidding. I have to throw some shade this way so I can remain a closeted fanboy.
That seems to be wide for Dave Feldberg, but it looks like it might have landed just inside the circle.
It did not land 10 feet away wide open.
That is true. Nikko doesn't sound pleased with it, but we'll see where it finishes. Yesterday he had a short putt. Let's listen to a short word from one of our tremendous sponsors of the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
This is Dan, and this is Tyler. Dan and Tyler like disc, and they like beer, so they combine them in a rigorous scientific process. Disc Golf, a card game that challenges your disc skills, drinking ability, and your friendships. With 3 categories and over 50 individual cards, mix and match. Get rid of cards you don't like, or make your own rules. Disc golf is truly American.
Welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers, as we're here for our third and final round of the 2018 Great Lakes Open presented by Discraft. We're in Milford, Michigan, and we've been treated to tremendous weather throughout the weekend. It's just been absolutely gorgeous. That's not what we anticipated as the week moved in. There was high temperatures and high humidity, and it all broke on Thursday night. And we've been blessed out here at the Kensington Toboggan Course in the Metro Park here.
Yeah, and it was like high bugs on the ground and high bugs flying around my ears. It was not enjoyable out on the course on Wednesday or Thursday.
Dave Feldberg has a look. This is a slightly uphill putt. He steps forward and gives a single clap. I believe he had a similar putt yesterday from for Dave Feldberg on this very hole, or am I thinking of a different, slightly uphill putt?
Yeah, I think you're thinking, because I think he was right on the gap yesterday, on the main gap. But Dave is in that giant group of people. Every little birdie like this makes a big difference. He Nikko now putting from birdie from just inside circle one, but a little bit obstructed in the woods here. Front cages another one. And James is thinking, look at this great shot I have. I should be CT. Oh, wait. That shank by Paul is closer than mine. Great shot there by James. And hey, great result by Paul. We would all take bad shots that get parked, for sure. So Nikko being the lone par there on hole 8. We'll see if he can turn this into something on hole 9. Hole 9 is one of the more difficult holes to get on this course, with the little sad tap in for par there by Nikko. Hole 9 is one of the most difficult holes to get birdie. It is the third most difficult hole on the course, playing just a touch over par. Now, generally when a hole is one of the most difficult on the course, it's way over par, but 84% of the field is getting a par on this hole, with only 5%, 7 golfers getting the 2 on this hole. Paul has gone back-to-back birdies on this hole with incredible drives. If you want to look at the birdie, you've got to get under these trees for a reasonable shot. The problem is that getting under those trees, it's 57 feet uphill, and those trees are probably 400 feet away. It just takes an incredible amount of power on a very flat shot, both in regards to disc angle, nose to back, as well as side to side. You just have to absolutely rip something if you want to get under those trees. And Paul has the game to do it, and very few other ones do.
Well, and we saw during the opening round, I believe, there were just 2 birdies on the day, one being Drew Gibson. He had to hit something from circle 2, Paul McBeth inside the circle. And then I believe there were just 4 or 5 birdies during the second round. Again, Paul McBeth being one of them.
Yeah, 6 of them yesterday. And then what did we say, 7 already today? So not a lot of people are getting this hole. Although our second card challenger, Willie Prince, did get this hole.
And we'll check in. How is Willie doing at the moment? He is obviously off to the great start, and it looks like we're finding him on hole 11 at the moment.
Yeah, he got that par on hole 10, but hey, he's inside circle 1, putting for the birdie on 11. Again, now remember, his scorecard looks exactly like Paul's did yesterday.
Yes.
Birdie, eagle, and then a bunch of birdies with a par on 10. Let's see if he can recover the same way that Paul recovered.
Well, we'll certainly keep an eye on it. Willie Prince, new to the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We don't even have a profile picture for him yet. Found out there on udisclive.com. I'm guessing by the end of the weekend or by the next event, we'll certainly have one added in there for him. But a tremendous start here for Willie, and he's charging hard and sitting in that sole possession of second place right now.
That's why I usually lay it straight. Straight. Got 100 footer?
So this was the lone blemish on Paul's round yesterday. Let's see how he corrects it. He threw the high. Oh, excuse me. No. That's the next hole. This is the lone hole where he's getting strokes on almost the entire field in both rounds. A little bit high. Oh, it goes all the way through and almost there. That's just silly. Okay, I'm going to need one of our mathletes that's out there to do the numbers here. So in the first round, there was only 2 birdies, and Paul was 1 of 2 out of 143. Look at Dave saying, "I'd like to get a birdie on this hole." So he was 1 of 2 out of 143. And then in the second round, He was 1 of 6 out of 143. And then if he gets it again today, he'll be 1 of 8 out of 143. What are the odds that one person does that each of the days?
Sorry, Nikko maybe talking to himself a little bit. Not sure if he loved his shot. But let's take a word from our sponsors here.
We are back here with Nikko, with a guy like 10 feet in front to the left, just chilling.
He definitely has a prime vantage point from there.
Yeah, nobody's going to get in your way if you're looking at that shot. Oh, and James giving a solid run there from well outside of circle 2.
About 1 foot outside. Okay. I think I'm a little, maybe a few more out.
Dave now from right outside the circle. Paul from right inside the woods.
Low. I was going to say out of his hand, it looked to be a bit low. And how incredible, Paul McBeth, even with the opportunity to go 3 for 3 here on hole number 9, and just a few inches short there. Like you said, Dave Feldberg just outside circle 1, looking at about 34, maybe 35 feet.
Dave looking to pad his circle 2 stats here. This would jump him up to a tie for 3rd place if he's able to get this in.
He waits for it and gives the single clap. Dave Feldberg's putter is working today. Outside circle 1 again.
Back-to-back circle 2 putts for Dave. And the one earlier on hole 5 was not a circle 2 putt because he was outside of circle 2. James and Nikko in for their pars, as well as Paul. So Dave ruining the all-star par on this hole. So here we go. This was the hole I was thinking about. Hole 10. This is the lone hole that ruined Paul's 19 under round. 370 feet, and it is an uphill turnover shot that needs to hold the ante for the whole way. And that was Paul's problem yesterday. It stalled out when it was turned over, got flat, and then the bottom dropped out of it, and he fell into this ditch just a little bit outside of this bush here on the left. The big mistake here is turning it over too far right early, and then the second mistake is getting it too flat and hyzering out at the end. Basically, if you can get it to hold the angle, your chances of having an open look are pretty good, but it's just a matter of hitting it on this uphill hole that generally you're going to have questionable footing a lot of the time based on that giant ditch going right down the middle of the fairway. Willie missed his circle one putt on hole 11, but he has another circle one putt on hole 12 for the birdie, and we know that hole 12 is ridiculous to have circle one putts on that hole for birdie.
Willie Prince's mentor, Hav Kowalski, is out there submitting pictures. We might be able to even get that updated on UDisc thanks to Matt and also the assist from our Smashies. Oh, and Dave flashing in front of the camera, almost taking out Chad Inman.
Almost hits the basket, almost hits the camera, and then hits the spectator. I guess that's the way to do it. If you're going to try to hit the basket and you miss, you hope it hits something else.
Asking for the turnover to hold. Better shot than Feldberg.
Wow. To get that to land on the proper angle on the hill, holy cow, James. That was exceptional. If Paul can ace this, he'll be 3 under on this hole for the tournament.
And it looked like it was tracking toward the basket, but again, finishes short.
He'll have a better look than he did yesterday. I think I saw him finish there on the short grass. Nikko having the right angle, but not getting it high enough. He gets around the tree, but not enough to carry up the hill. So as they go walking up the hill, we're going to sit down and hear from our sponsors.
Hey everybody, thank you for watching. We have got our partner of the day today. If you were the third person to name our partner of the day in the flipper thing, you win a $15 coupon to the Disc Golf Pro Tour store. I was just going to give you a shirt, but this way you get to go buy whatever you want. And if you make the purchase during the broadcast, from Friday start to Sunday finish, shipping is free on the Pro Tour store. So you won't even have to pay shipping. So, third person to name the partner of the day. Go.
Asking for the turnover to hold.
I believe Nikko will be going first.
I'm right here. Me?
And Paul, well, no, looks like Paul will go first. Inside circle 2. but not by a whole lot.
McBeth off his mark. Looks like he knew it right out of his hand.
He's trying to get this one thrown off early. So let me know that next hole.
Hole 10's going to be sitting around with the other holes after the round being like, can't believe you chumps let Paul get the best of you. I got him 2 out of 3 times. So again, Nikko down in the underbrush. You can barely see his top knot kind of bouncing around there in the weeds. There it goes. And under the basket. Dave now inside circle 1 putt, and really on this hole, if you have an open putt, even if it's from 60, you're pretty happy about things. So Dave probably feeling pretty good about this.
And Feldberg capitalizes on the great drive. That's going to push him to 24 under par. And Dave Feldberg proving that he still has game. Just last week, he had won a tournament in Alaska in the Masters division. And here he is on the lead card at the Disc Golf Pro Tour final round on the toboggan course. James Conrad also at 24 under par in that tie for third. So we are now going to head over to hole 11 after watching them clear out. And this is an opportunity for these guys just to rip a good old-fashioned hyzer. Hole 11 going uphill as well. I feel like we say that quite a bit during the course of this tournament. 51 feet uphill, 358 feet total. So not a long shot by any stretch of the imagination, but the uphill nature of this hole means they have to throw a full-powered hyzer shot that stands up just a tiny bit if they want to get all the way to the basket. A really common place for people to land on this hole is about 40 feet downhill from the basket, right in the middle. If you want to overcome that, you've got to really put a move on it. Right now, 75% of the field getting par on this hole. It is playing directly average at an even 3 strokes for the round today, with 138 people already through. I apologize. I think I fell asleep during one of the putts back there a little while ago. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching us. We're here at the final round of the 2018 Great Lakes Open presented by Discraft. We're actually in Discraft's headquarters located just outside of Wixom, Michigan. And they've been such gracious hosts, not only for the tournament, but also all of their staff that is out there working on it. They have a huge amount of team representation here for the week. And have been tremendous hosts. So thank you guys so much. Dixon Jowers and Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. we also want to invite everyone, Central Coast along with Jomez, providing some post-production coverage, bringing you action from throughout the entire weekend. We also put out a little highlight package, or maybe a shot-by-shot of just Paul McBeth's ridiculous round that he had yesterday, that 18 under par. You can find that on the Pro Tour channel, Smashbox channel, or the Disc Golf Guy channel. And then when you want the entire round, you also find that on Jomez. It's probably going to be releasing any minute now as they bring you the next day coverage. So here's Dave Feldberg on hole number 11.
I think Paul's round's already up on the ESPN Classic as well.
I see what you did there.
Beat
like
that corner, and he has. And yeah, this is the spot, 40 feet below the basket. Super, super common spot for everybody to land. I would love for somebody to go through and pay attention to each player and do a survey and give me a shot distribution of where everybody's landed on this hole. Can you just, guys, can you jump on that and let me give me some information shortly? Oh, and Willie has missed his circle one putt on hole 12. So he is still having a fantastic round at 10 under, while James just killed someone, I think, in the woods over there. His hyzer did not hyzer.
Left, but we did not see it come into frame here.
Yeah, I think he's sitting a little bit short of where Dave is. I think he beat that tree, but just kind of stuck on the side of the hill there. No real motion up towards the basket.
That's it. That's it.
And Dave was on the edge, and Paul was just barely in, and Nikko is way in. That tree is calling our players over. So while they're walking up, we'll listen to a call from our sponsors.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job.
For me, it's fun.
Tempercraft USA. Double wall 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
And Nikko's put himself within 5 or 8 feet of the basket. I believe a question asked is where was that commercial shot? Which two courses? I'll give you a hint. They're in the Pittsburgh area. As to where that commercial was shot for the PDGA. And for you, it's it's time spent with your friends in the booth here, Dixon.
Right. For me, it's watching disc golf on a Sunday afternoon.
There you go. Well, I'm going to go ahead and ruin it for everyone. I believe it's Slippery Rock and Moraine State Park shot, which were also the locations, two of the locations used for the 2015 Pro Worlds just a couple of years ago.
Now we were goofing off there. I think that was Paul who splashed out from his giant putt there. Oh, James getting caught up there in the edge of the trees. Dave now trying to save the honor of the card and get the lone birdie. If Dave's able to make this, he will jump out of this tie for fourth place and tie Grady Shue for third, 2 shots back of Willie. Oh, sit down. Oh, no.
Oh, and
there it goes. Oh, no.
Wow. That is not a Sunday afternoon roll that you are looking for. Holy cow.
Dave, after having 3 holes in a row of good long putts, he gives that one a great bid and then gets probably a 60 or a 70-foot roll. Oh, more than that, he's walking outside of circle 2 and down in the woods. Wow. Wow, that's bad news bears right there. I'm sure every place that has hills has some sort of version of this. From the Kansas area, we call this getting water worked. When you get a rollaway off of a basket. You got tobogganed, is that what they would say around here?
I would think so. Only for about 1 month out of the year, though.
Right.
This being a temporary course, but
you tell me that they come up with all of this disc golf lingo. Maybe they invented this term. Oh, wow. And Dave did not get a clean release on that one either. So now he's going to have a longer putt for his bogey than he did for his birdie.
This might melt the UDisc stats
I was just thinking that same thing. What is this going to look like when it's all said and done? This reminds me of Drew on hole 8 at San Francisco in round 1, where he had 3 circle 2 putts on the same hole. Oh, yes. Well done, Dave. Well done.
Great concentration and just focus by Dave Feldberg. This is certainly an opportunity to become completely unraveled, and Dave able to maintain that focus. So great putt.
Yeah, that's so easy to just start feeling bad for yourself and cursing your disc and cursing the course and cursing your bad luck. But Dave focusing in there and saving that to only have the single bogey. So with that on his mind, we're going to head over to hole 12. This is a really fantastic looking hole. This is playing as the most difficult hole right now in round 3. Hole 18 has been playing that way, but I guess those birdies that were getting through yesterday are not getting through today. Only 6 players have gotten the birdie 2 on this hole. The way that I would play this hole is I just put something flat out here to the left of this big tree so that I can line up with the tunnel. As we've seen from Paul and some other players, there are several different ways to get down there. I think we saw Nikko throw a roller, Paul with a forehand. We've seen turnover shots. Basically, if you can get to this alley, you have a good up and down for the 3. If you can somehow get your drive moving down this hill, you've got the opportunity for the 2 because it opens up on all sides by the basket. So you will, if you can get close, you'll have an unobstructed look at this basket. And right now, 90% of Circle 1 putts are going in. And I have a feeling that's because a lot of people are just laying up after their drives. Only 4%, 4 people are getting inside of Circle 1 in regulation off of the box.
And interestingly enough, 4% also then birdie this hole. Those stats always necessarily correlate? They don't have to, do they?
No, for sure. Well, yeah, well, at least one of those, there's a slight difference because, remember, Willie was putting for birdie from circle one and did not get it in. So he's one of the people that got to the circle and then missed the putt. And he has now gone 4 pars in a row, missing his birdie putt on hole 13. However, he is putting for birdie on hole 14, so maybe he can get back in the swing of things here. He still has the opportunity. His highest rated round, I believe I saw, was 1054. So if he can turn out some birdies here towards the end, this could be his highest rated round of all time. That's a great angle if it's low enough to get through.
Looks like it's landed in a great position. He didn't necessarily get all the way through the tunnel, but he's going to have a relatively open shot looking at the basket from probably outside circle 2.
That is so difficult to hold that gentle Anheuser angle for so long. That takes such an incredibly high spin rate and such great knowledge of what your disc is going to do.
Paul McBeth has thrown this same disc the first 2 rounds, and both rounds finding himself with birdie opportunities and capitalizing. Let's see if he can make the magic happen again. This one, the crowd still likes it. It's still a great shot. It's just not as great as we've seen him throw the previous 2 rounds.
Well, the flight wasn't as great there at the end, but I mean, I guess he could be closer than he was yesterday.
And Nikko again with the roller. Oh, and the gallery has to get out of the way. It looks as if everyone did, and it just continued to barrel right into the woods.
I hope they did, because that's a broken shin waiting to happen.
Dave holding his pose a little longer. Gallery likes it.
I'm getting the feeling that the gallery likes everything.
They sure do, and you should love this next sponsor.
It's like not that much. It's not supposed to be that much wind, but it feels like it.
And as noted, somewhat difficult to see where all of our competitors actually landed. See part of the staff and crew. Interestingly enough, I was speaking to the tournament director, and he had said that after yesterday's performance by Paul McBeth, there were some of the tournament staff and volunteers that were, we'll say, slightly more interested in going out and watching the play for themselves rather than maintaining their post. And understandably, some very exciting action taking place out here at this great course. And there's a solid pitch out by Nikko Locastro. kind of a funny problem to have. Kind of in a similar vein, we talk about crowd control. And this is a hole where yesterday and today we see some of the challenges as these crowds continue to grow at the tournaments. We also have to find a way to maintain them and make sure everyone has their head on a swivel to make sure that they don't get hit by a incoming disc. But we love seeing it. You love seeing the crowds. You want to see a big gallery, but the gallery always has to be paying attention because some of these discs can be coming in at high speeds and just about from any angle.
Yeah, and you can, if a golf ball hits you and you're not really paying attention down the fairway, bonks you on the head, that's not going to feel good. But it'll leave a knot, and that's about it. If one of these discs is coming and you're not paying attention, that could really do some damage. That could put an eye out. That could break facial bones. It can get bad with one of these sharp edge frisbees.
Oh, McBeth just short. What a great looking run.
A little wry smile at the camera. So Paul officially now has more pars in this round than he's had in the tournament. What is that? Washed up? Is that over the hill?
Married life, as so many claim.
Retirement.
Plenty of people would like to blame his recent nuptials, but Paul McBeth clearly proving he's got every bit of game he's had in the past. And we're looking forward to an exciting season as it continues on. We're here at the 6th stop of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. There will be 3 more stops plus the championships, which will wrap up our season in Florida in October. And we're looking forward to all of the action. Next week, I think we're going to see some junior action taking place. I'll be visiting Emporia in a few days, where the Dynamic Disc crew will be putting on the Junior World Championships, which they've secured that bid for the next 3 years. So looking forward to seeing some of our Junior World Champions crowned about this time next week.
Yeah, and for everybody offering corrections on the physics of a golf ball, I don't mean coming off of the club head. Yes, obviously that would be quite dangerous. I'm talking about way down the fairway when a golf ball is coming in. I would say that a disc flying out of the sky at the end, falling on your face, would be more damaging than a golf ball. And here we have a look at local foliage and possibly a bear or a golfer. Is that James in there? There we go. Something threw a frisbee out of that bush. Didn't Sesame Street used to have like a pile of leaves or something as one of the puppets that would talk? No, that wasn't James in there. I guess that was maybe Feldy. No, he was short. Was that Nikko? Who was over there?
I don't think it was
Nikko
McBeth.
right there. It wasn't Paul. That had to be.
They picked up a 5th golfer. I'm not sure. Everybody just
some guy would just say, "Hey, you guys mind if I play through real quick?"
Considerably faster pace there by Nikko Locastro. I think there's a UDisc stat for that as well. And Feldberg, chair tucked under his arm. Another pro move.
If I missed that,
Move on to the last 1/3 of the course. What's in store for us on hole 13, Dixon?
Hole 13 is ripping time. This is looking. This is one of the holes that you can just really go for with a lot less bad things that can happen. About the worst you're going to do here is land in tall grass. Nobody's got the distance to get up to the trees on the left. So really, get some of your frustration out from the last couple of holes. Obviously, being on the short grass is very favorable, but if you get enough distance on the shot, it doesn't have to happen. I like to be on the left side of this fairway, hyzering in. Our players can kind of just take whatever they feel comfortable with and rip one here.
There you go.
Yeah, I think we were around the same.
He literally ripped.
Man, James having to take a while here for the ocean of people that are flowing off a hole 12 here.
No, I think it's 13.
Earlier in the day, Danielle Charlier, who was out there not only doing the live scoring now, but also running the data cards back and forth for the FPO coverage, said she logged more than 10 miles on her bike up and down the hills this weekend to get us that FPO coverage. So thank you very much, Danielle.
So there you go. If you commit your whole body to a throw, you can do that too. James ripping a flex shot there. It will be sitting in prime position for his birdie.
And a great drive by Paul McBeth. It looked for a moment like that was going to hyzer out to the left side of the fairway. Instead, it continues to turn, and McBeth's in a great position here. Few extra stutter steps by Locastro as he goes turnover, and that does not have enough air underneath it. Maybe just a little too much angle for Locastro. He'll be in good position, but we know Locastro has at least another 50 to 100 feet in him.
And there's Dave controlling his height really well, getting that flex out there so that he can maximize his distance on hole 13.
You can maximize your distance with a pickup from Zing Mini Disc.
What do you think? Yeah?
Dixon, if you put this foursome back on the tee and they had to race up the hill, who would win?
Me, Nikko? Go for it.
Well, I would say Dave's in fourth.
Okay.
But I can see, Paul seems to be the most fit out of the bunch, but I can see Nikko having a burst of energy that just overtakes everybody. But then James's long strides, I think that's like 4 steps for him to get up the hill. So really, I can see it going any direction. And Dave is short and left on that. That's going to be a tough birdie hook.
Nikko with really good position, but that one just came out of his hand. I'm not sure if that was just too much stability right out of his hand or if he was trying to turn that over even more, but an errant shot for sure by Nikko Locastro there.
I could also kind of see James just saying, "Hey, I'll just see you guys at the top."
While he juggles 6 or 7 things as he maybe rides a unicycle up there.
Get over the hill. There you go.
Probably have some ground play. That's direction.
McBeth calling for the ground play, and he got just that. Oh, this could be trouble unless it gets all the way around the corner, and it does. It's not trouble at all. Oh, and Nikko splashes off the high right side.
Oh, there it is.
And then body slams his disc onto the post. That was a really good run by Locastro.
I think that was a high five to the post.
Oh. Oh, okay. He was saying good job. I follow.
So for those asking about Willie, yeah, after his 4 holes in a row par stretch, he's then gone birdie on 14-15. He's inside circle 1 on hole 16, so sitting at 12 down. Willie, outside of Paul yesterday, is beating the previous course record. I think it would be really interesting to find out all of these random sports categories from all of our golfers, like who's the fastest, who can throw a baseball the furthest, who's the best soccer player, like to find out all those sorts of things. That would be interesting. Who's best at Scrabble?
And Feldberg maintaining. And who has the most animated caddy? That's Dave Feldberg. Not sure who that gentleman is, but we definitely love the enthusiasm as Feldberg maintains position and takes the birdie. You were just talking about what kind of difficult look that would be. And we're going to see 3 birdies with Locastro again left out of the birdie party. Wow. Let's take another look at Dave Feldberg after Nikko gently taps in and has a moment.
Who's best at Scrabble?
And Feldberg maintaining. And who has the most animated caddy? Who do you think is the best Guitar Hero player?
Steve Dodge?
Or James Conrad? Let's see if he can get near the pin. Looks like he passed it.
Passed a little bit, but in that gap. I used to be pretty good at a couple of songs on guitar. What was the other one? Rock Band, not Guitar Hero.
Okay, crowd, let's hear it.
Flat or high? Wow, he got through so clean that he got a skip off of the grass. That's unusual.
Get under, get under. Good.
I'm asking it for it to get under. I'm guessing that would be his caddy, who is probably the most vocal about the request.
Yeah.
Good,
that's good.
See if Nikko can get back on track here, and that one comes in short.
He threw that up on the last hole. It's so stable, that thing.
We're going to hurry off to our next sponsor. Welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers. And Dixon, it's been a long weekend. I think they can probably tell a little bit in our, maybe some of our demeanor and banter here, but it's been a great experience being here for the 6th stop of the Disc Golf Pro Tour in Milford, Michigan. And we were treated to just an amazing round yesterday. Like I said, the tone, the feeling, the vibe, maybe a little bit of wind let out of our sails moving into today, unless you're Paul McBeth.
I mean, Paul's 7 down, which was solid, and that's probably about where he was on his last round at this point, maybe a stroke or two behind. But it's just, we were hoping for so much, or maybe even kind of hoping against hope, thinking maybe it could happen again. So he's got a solid round. I mean, he's walking away with the tournament. I mean, Willie
that the God shined down upon him, and I think Nikko's conversation with the previous basket channeled that one in.
And before that one, Nikko had 9 pars in a row, and he was in danger of falling out of kind of that top 5 area, but that putt gets him back into tied for 4th. Feldberg now, if he can make his putt, will jump back into that tie with Nikko and James. And now 2 people have jumped these guys on the lead card, with Grady joining Willie on a birdie tear through the back 9 here.
And it's funny we see that by Nikko. I was saying earlier in the day that we have seen some amazing putts here on this very particular hole. I think back to the women's coverage, seeing Jessica Weese can a really long putt today, and that one goes just over. Holly Finley hitting a huge putt yesterday. So the women have really taken care of business. In fact, on the women's side yesterday, there were 3 birdies on the women's lead card. Sure enough, the men answered. They had 3 birdies of their own on the men's lead card yesterday afternoon, but some great putting taking place here, in particular on hole number 14.
Yeah, Paige Bjerkaas had a big one on this, not on camera anywhere, but that's the picture that I was referring to that Alyssa captured on the DGPT Flickr account of the look on Paige's face when she had almost just a prayer of a shot from circle 2 around some trees, and just the look of surprise and joy when she hit it.
Oh, and James Conrad thought he had it.
Chaining out there to stay at 25. He was hoping to break that tie that Nikko just jumped into. Paul now stretching it back out to 7 strokes. Going birdie on 13 and 14. And then James and Dave will punch out here for their par 3s on hole 14. So hole 15 is a par 4, 567 feet, and this is one that this is actually hole 16 that is showing right here. Hole 15 is a par 4, and if we can get a switch over there, we'll talk. Well, here, if we can just go back to the booth, we'll talk about hole 15. Hole 16 is a very nice hole. That's not what we're looking at here. Hole 15. Here we go. Par 4, 567 feet. This is a hole that I was kind of surprised that Paul did not go for yesterday. So I'm wondering if today, 7-shot lead, 4 holes to go, if he'll go for it. This is an ideal landing spot if you're not going for it with just a backhand off the box or a gentle forehand, really kind of whatever floats your boat. Paul throws a forehand to try to get onto this downslope. Either way, you've got a pretty open shot. If you really want to rip one, there's not a whole lot of danger that you can get into if you hit the initial gap. And so scrambling for par or scrambling for birdie in the junk there is definitely something that these guys are capable of doing. But if you really want to go for it, it is possible to get to this hole. Nobody has done it today. There's 57% of birdie, and I think that's probably why you see people not really getting aggressive here, because the birdie is just out there, pretty easy to take.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, let's take a look at the scores. Thanks to Gary O pressing the buttons back in Milwaukee. Yeah. Gary apparently knows what buttons to press. So we're seeing McBeth sitting at 37 under par, Willie Prince sitting at 30 under par, and look at the difference from second to third, just really a distancing that Willie Prince has put out there with his solid round today. Grady Shue sits at the 26th. James Conrad and Nikko Locastro sitting at 25 under par, and Dave Feldberg slipping down to a tie for 6th at the moment. AJ Risley, along with Cale Laviska and a few others out there. AJ's dad on the board. Alan, thanks for the support, and we're glad you're here watching and tuned in on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Like McBeth's going to get aggressive here.
And that is not where he needs to go. Man, these are some committed fans. They are hanging out in the junk there.
Well, they're thinking, man, I'd just love to get hit by a Paul McBeth driver right to my face. There's some serious fanboys out there. Or girls.
Go!
What a drive by Locastro. I just assumed Dave Feldberg's caddy was handing out double high fives everywhere. The excitable
he looks like
fella.
a chest bump sort of guy. Yeah, I like 3 for 3 going for this. Yeah, James not letting it go where he wants, yet sticking right there in the side and says, it's just a layup. I think Dave's the guy in the group that's not going for it.
Run by Nikko Locastro. Somebody's got to be yelling out, let's go. Let's go to our sponsors.
No tour of Kensington Metro Park would be complete without a visit to their 18-hole, 6,300-yard, par 71 regulation golf course. Or check out the Black Locust Disc Golf Course, which was named one of the best disc golf courses in Southeast Michigan in 2016 by Metro Parent. In the winter, Kent Lake transforms into a majestic frozen wonderland. Take advantage of a snowy day by grabbing your sled or toboggan and coasting down a variety of hills from beginner to advanced. Kensington Metro Park is just one of the 13 fabulous Metro Parks.
So for a lot of players, it's difficult to run through bushes. For James, it's extremely difficult for the long legs as well as how much effort he puts into that run. But from the top of this hill, it's only about 300 to the basket, so he should be able to do this with no run-up. And there's a solid shot, not parked by any means, but it gives him the look for the birdie 3. So I saw people on the board arguing about their best video game. What was your best video game ever? What can you beat everybody at?
As claimed on the board earlier, I think what some would call an anti-nerd, as in I think there's a lot of things that I didn't participate in that were very popular.
You played something.
Really not my thing. However, I have one game only that I excel at.
Like Strawberry Shortcake Adventures or something?
Nope, it would be Tetris.
Tetris, okay.
Tetris, I would like to say I'm an above average Tetris player. I enjoy Pac-Man from time to time. Those are really the only two.
I mean, like, how far back are you going here with Big Doug?
Well, I mean, Atari 2600s. Yeah, Big Doug was a fun one as well. But I excel at Tetris.
I will beat anyone at RBI baseball on the original NES.
Okay.
We used to, me and my older brother and my friends used to draw up brackets and have tournaments every day of the summer. Everybody would come over, and we would have it out there. Sit down, nice shot there by Paul. But still, I mean, I haven't played in 10 years, and I have no doubt that the feeling would come back to my fingers, and I would continue to rake.
And the gallery is, wow, I love it. Thank you guys for joining us and tuning in throughout this weekend. Of course, we'll be back in just 2 short weeks. We'll be coming to you from Kentucky. The famed Idlewild course will be live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, bringing you 3 rounds and 7th stop on the tour. And at that time, we have to look at what each and every stop means in terms of points and how much those points matter for where you're going to be positioned during the championship weekend in October.
Nikko trying to throw it in from 100 and something out. Dave now seeing the line. This is a shot that's pretty easy to go for. It's an upslope behind the basket. There's not a lot of danger here. Oh, and Dave tickling the chains there, it looked like. Great run by Feldberg for the Eagle, too. And now here's James trying to clean up this birdie 3.
High left chain by James Conrad. This course also featuring the new Discraft Chainstar Pro baskets. Interestingly enough, this course will get removed literally hours after this round is complete. And speaking of completing this round, Paul McBeth, I think, is getting ready to accept his check. It's just a few holes away from us.
Yeah, and for as disappointing as Paul's round has felt today, he could still shoot what was the course record from 2 days ago.
Let's take a look now at what hole 16 looks like.
It's like deja vu all over again. So, hole 16, this is your birdie or par hole. 354 feet. It is coming in as the 8th most difficult hole. 19% of the crowd is birdieing, 75% par. So 9 out of 10 golfers are getting either a 2 or a 3 on this hole, plus a couple extra. It really just boils down to one gap. If you hit the one gap, you're putting for birdie. If you don't, you're scrambling for par, but the gap that you're trying to hit is only about 100 or so from the basket. So this gives our players a chance to really hone in on one particular gap that they need to hit and rip their favorite disc right through it down to the basket 354 feet away.
No, you're fine, man, actually.
As we're seeing one of the staff members right now, so many red shirts out there. We want to again thank John and his entire crew. I know we've thanked Discraft a number of times. They should continue to receive the accolades, putting in so much energy and effort and work into the tournament, along with hosting so many of their players here and hosting us here at their headquarters, where we've been able to bring you the live booth commentary. I also want to thank Paige, Bjerkaas, and Amy Vrana, who stepped in earlier today. They were able to give you the shot-by-shot FPO commentary on the round that was captured earlier today, thanks to Chad and Danielle, who are out there hustling around, grabbing the footage so that I could get it edited and produced for the earlier part of this broadcast. Thank you to everyone. We are truly all hands on deck here in a team effort.
And Paul is 2 for 2 on this hole. And it did not look like he got through clean there. And there's the gap. Nikko hits the initial one, but looks like it's hyzering out a little bit. He will have downhill right around circle's edge for his birdie too. And don't forget about this race that's going on for about 3rd place now, because Willie has a 4 shots clear of Nikko. I mean, we're talking about quite a bit of money difference if you're 3rd or say 8th or 9th.
Money!
Feldberg parking it. So it looks like he'll jump up to 26. Nikko has a long putt to get off of 26. And James is sitting at 25 under as well, needing this birdie to keep pace with Dave. Great shot by James, needing to have the birdie on that hole. This is Paul from in the bushes. I thought he had kicked left off the fairway, but it looks like he kicked right. Just playing the game of hide the Paul here. Anybody knows where he's at, let me know. Oh, there's the disc. And a little forehand flex up shot through the gap to 4 feet away.
And a moment ago, I think we'll have a moment here. We saw Sarah Hokom, one of the Team Paragon team members, a moment ago. Congratulations, of course, Sarah Hokom, and a great performance throughout this entire weekend. She went bogey-free during her second round, and it wasn't until her 8th hole today that she took a bogey, and then she did again on the 18th hole. But at that point, it was all said and done. She ends up with a 6-stroke victory over Paige Bjerkaas, who edges out Jessica Weese and Ellen Widboom to round out your top 4. Madison Walker with the 5th place spot. Bang, bang. Locastro finding his groove. Feldberg's caddy yelling from a distance.
Wow, so Paul's going to lose a stroke to the whole card here. And he's got a couple to give away, but that's kind of surprising.
McBeth will go to the bottom of the box as we move on to hole number 17. What's in store, Dixon?
Hole 17, downhill, the last opportunity to really rip on this course. Coming in at 755 feet. Basically, you want to turn over something stable so that you're approaching this short grass kind of from right to left. And you want as much distance as you can get, although we saw yesterday that Nikko and Kevin got stymied behind this bush. So hyzering out a little bit early, which leaves you basically a standstill approach shot to an elevated basket sitting on top of this hill. Off of the tee box, you're going down 23 feet and then back up 26 feet from the fairway to the basket. Right now, this is playing right in the middle of difficulty around the course. This is the 9th most difficult hole with 27% of the field coming in on the birdie. I look for James and Dave and Nikko to be really aggressive to try to get this stroke, knowing that there's probably not a movement going to happen on 18. Paul is just probably trying to go birdie just for the heck of it.
Well, and we'll say there's not quite the excitement and anticipation that we had here yesterday as we were watching Paul's round unfold, wondering what he was going to do. Could he possibly eagle hole 17 or something crazy like that, knowing how difficult hole 18 is and going after that, elusive 18 under. But still exciting to see. And like you said, we have a very, very tight battle for the rest of the positions that aren't first place. And Willie Prince with just a tremendous performance. He had parred 17, and he's playing just hole number 18. And how many strokes does he have? He has 3 on Nikko.
He's got 3 on Nikko. Nikko has 1 on both James and Dave. So tight battle here for third place. I doubt anybody's going to be able to catch Willie for second. So great finish by him.
A Michigan native in Willie Prince. Yeah, congratulations. Assuming he doesn't do something crazy on that final hole. Just an all-around solid performance. Hav, we know you're proud, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody in the group says, oh, yeah, that may have been Nikko.
Oh, wow. Great shot there by Nikko.
Be in the field, don't get to the thing. Oh!
That needs to flex big.
Conrad shaking his head. That wasn't the line he was looking for.
And that is going to be a difficult spot to be able to get a birdie putt off of. Conrad, as well as Feldberg, getting 1 birdie and 1 par on this hole so far this tournament. Well, Nikko has gone birdie. Paul turns it way over there. It is possible that there's a backdoor route from there, but there is a big tree on the corner of the hill blocking that. We'll see how Paul's going to handle this in just a moment.
Bring your...
My name's Cody Britton, and it's a hot one out here, which is perfect because we're going to be talking about the heat. One of the great things about the heat is it gives any skill level player the ability to get it up to speed, to get tremendous amounts of glide. The rim fits well in anyone's hand. So one of the things that I love about this disc is how easily I can throw a consistent Anheuser. You can even use it to throw manicured shots through the woods. It's just an all-around phenomenal disc. Check out the heat for yourself today. You can pick one up at Discraft.com or your local retailer.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are moving up the fairway of hole number 17. Terry Miller along with Dixon Jowers. Like Paul McBeth, I'm ready to call this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's got 2 more holes, so guess what? So do you. So
Not if I run out right now. I think you could call this one and bring it in the rest of the way for us. But as we said, thank you guys so much for joining us throughout the entire weekend. We'll be at Idlewild starting in 2 weeks. We'll be bringing you the action on Friday afternoon. As always, we'll have the FPO coverage that will come to you just before we start the MPO coverage, and we'll work with some more of our professional women to have them do the commentary, which has seemingly worked out relatively well, only because they've been so gracious in working with us. So to anyone that has been, participated in the last few weeks of doing that, we thank you.
So Paul now, who hardly ever, and especially given this current situation, hardly ever just thinks par, no matter how bad his drive is. This is really going to test his 1044 rating. On its downhill side slope, he's probably 300 and something out. He's going to have to generate enough power, and he's going to have to miss a tree that is right there by the basket, sitting on the corner of the hill, that if you hit that tree, you almost for sure go rolling back down backwards. Nikko with a more traditional angle, but he's having to run up through the tall grass here. He's got a great line on it, but he doesn't have the same height. So it's a good shot. He'll have an outside look at the birdie 3. Paul going with the Annie route. And, I mean, he'll have a look. Same as Nikko. And actually, that's probably about the length, a little bit longer than what Paul had to hit on this hole yesterday. This is where it becomes super important. So Nikko, outside chance at the birdie here. James and Dave can catch him if they can throw good-looking shots here so that they can get the birdie and pick up that one stroke that they're hanging behind right now to try to get into that tie for third place. Oh, wow. That is incredible.
What a shot by James Conrad. Easy tap in.
Wow. And because there's so many people right now tied in that area, your check actually gets smaller and smaller when you're tied, because you have to, let's say you're tied for fourth with somebody. You take the fourth and fifth place money and cut it in half. And so your percentage of what you could get goes down as opposed to winning it outright. So being able to move up the leaderboard just a little bit, even if it's just to break a tie, even if you're not catching the guy in front of you, that's going to be huge for these players' paychecks. Yeah, and as we're already this close to the basket, I'm going to guess Feldberg through already. UDisc has him as putting for birdie from circle 1. And if Nikko's going already, that means Dave is inside of this, and Nikko is just inside of circle, of circle 1. Cashing it. Wow, that's going to be disappointing for Dave as well as James. They're going to have to try to force the issue on the 18th hole here. And Grady is already in the clubhouse at 4 under par, and now he's hoping that everybody stays tied with him because anybody that breaks out of the tie with him costs him money. There's that McBeth putt.
McBeth now sits at 10 under for the round. Let's see if he can equal his opening round score of 11 under par with just one hole left to play.
Oh, Dave, high right splashes out. So he is going to stay at 26, and James is going to jump out of that tie up to 27, with Nikko a stroke on him at 28 under par.
Look pretty good for me.
So let's see. This is Dixon Jowers filling in again for Will Schustrick, who is battling it out in Estonia with a one-shot lead over Eagle going into the final round. But here we are on hole 18 of the toboggan course, 315 feet, yet 51 feet uphill from the tee to the basket. If you want to get a birdie on this hole, you have to get aggressive. And the problem if you get aggressive, you got OB hanging out on the left side. If you get it too far to the right, you have this branch hanging out. You've got to beat these two obstacles. If you just lay up to the edge, you are at circle 2. If you want to putt, you got to get aggressive, and you've got to beat this manhole cover to get yourself inside of circle 1. Only 13% of the field are getting a birdie on this hole, and only 6% are landing in circle 1 in regulation. How are you going to finish off your round here at the toboggan?
A moment ago, Dixon, we saw all the obligatory high fives and handshakes just before they tee off on hole 18. I have a friend back home that says that's absolutely stupid, that in disc golf we commonly do that before we play the last hole, and instead we should wait for all of those to be all that interaction to take place after you've completed the round. How do you feel about that?
It's an aggressive stance.
Yeah, well, he's a jerk. All right, here's Nikko Locastro. I bet you he's going with an aggressive shot. We saw him bust out a roller here yesterday. I think he's doing the same right now. And he's telling the disc to
You guys are trying to catch it for third.
Too bad.
I'm saying, get out of here.
Nikko trying to hold on to that third spot. He's looking to push himself to 29 under par if he can take the birdie.
Yeah, James now, if I'm James after seeing Nikko's shot there, I'm just making sure that I get the 3 here, because I don't think Feldberg would birdie this hole, so I'm trying to just keep the 4 out of question.
And James goes with a roller as well. We'll see if it heads toward...
Oh, no. I hope the wall goes all the way. Okay.
It does. It continues on. I feel like that should have got a little bit louder of applause. Were they just that impressed with Nikko's?
Well, yes, Nikko threw an incredible shot, as well as this crowd yesterday watched Paul get 18 under. So just a really good roller on this hole. Not so impressive.
And Paul McBeth just outside circle 1. At a similar distance to where we saw him make his putt from yesterday. Maybe he's a little closer.
That looked like about 20 feet closer than yesterday. This is a gimme. Yeah, Dave's the one that really has to force the issue.
He left with a long putt. Thanks for tagging along and watching. Thanks to our sponsors.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
So Dixon, we have to be impressed with the set of drives here. I mean, it's so easy to go out of bounds, and often we don't have very many looks at birdie. And this card, it looks like we may have possibly 4 long looks at birdie, with one of them actually not even being a long one.
Yeah, this is a ridiculously good hole to have a birdie putt at.
James Conrad looks to be about a step or so inside, and his steps being a little bit longer than most, but looks to be about 3 or 4 feet inside circle 2, so he's right around 60 feet from the pin. James Conrad could momentarily tie things up with Nikko Locastro if he birdies this to go to 28 under. Oh, and he liked it. He was ready to chase it down, a little bit premature. James Conrad will likely finish at 27 under par. And now really the question is, will he finish at 27 under par in 4th spot alone? Or will Dave Feldberg make this putt and tie James Conrad at 27 under?
Dave was a vindictive guy. This is a putt to literally take money out of James's wallet.
This is worth upwards of $300 to $500 if I had to guess.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the payout schedule, but I'm guessing this is anywhere between $300 and $500 on this putt.
Yeah.
Oh, and his caddy couldn't will it in. Come on, caddy, where were you? Oh, so close. What a tremendous performance, though. Hats off to Dave Feldberg. He's going to finish in a tie for 5th. At 26 under par. Here's Paul McBeth from, oh, he's definitely working that circle 2 stat. Look at his foot. Paul McBeth opens the tournament with an 11 under, closes the tournament with an 11 under, and just has a perfect round in between.
Pretty good.
Wow.
Two course records and a perfect match.
That's not the recipe for success. I don't know what is. Congratulations, Paul McBeth. What a performance.
Nikko threw the best drive of the tournament on this hole, and people are going to be like, yeah, all right, good job. Because of Paul's incredible performance.
Shooting Locastro with his hat to the crowd. So we're going to still see this card likely play at 2 under par, which is still very impressive.
Well done by James there. Still in first place.
Dave Feldman getting a little home state love.
2018 Discraft Great Lakes Open champion, Paul McBeth.
Grab your scorecards, call me over the scores table, please.
Get on the tape.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, a tremendous performance by Paul McBeth, shooting another 11 under par. There are, I was going to say, there's probably a number of competitors that didn't get to 11 under for the entire weekend. It looks like starting right around 56th place and below, they shot 11 under over the span of 3 rounds. Paul McBeth opens and closes his tournament with that, and then peels off a little 18 under in between.
Is that good?
Apparently it is.
Good.
I'd have to, I don't know if that's an AJ Risley or an Eric Oakley question.
It's that good?
one of them would say it's that good. So, of course, first and foremost, congratulations to Paul McBeth. Again, on the women's side, as we looked at the scores and talked about a little bit earlier, Sarah Hokom picks up another victory here. She cruises to a 6-stroke margin of victory over Paige Bjerkaas, along with Jessica Weese and Ellen Widboom finishing out your top 4. So a great weekend. We saw a lot of good golf. Excited for what we're going to see when we head over to Kentucky in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. So in the same way that Paul had his bogey at the end of round 2 or round 1 and maybe it kind of motivated him. Well, as we head down the road to Idlewild, remember last year, that was kind of where James Conrad made his name. He came out and beat Paul heads up over a difficult tournament at a difficult course. And so I'm wondering if that has kind of been sitting with Paul last year. Hey, first time I show up at this event, and I don't like it when this other guy beats me. So Paul, I think that's something to look forward to in this event, because Paul always has that idea of, people question me about anything. They're questioning whether or not I can win at Idlewild. Let me go show them how I can do it.
Well, a stunning performance here this weekend. And rounding out our top handful of spots, actually, we've got Paul McBeth, of course, Willie Prince, a name that we all know now after his solid performance out here today during today's round, shooting a 14 under par. And unfortunately, that's going to somewhat get swept under the rug. Yeah. It's certainly just a great round for him and for the tournament. It's just overshadowed by McBeth's 18 under. But congratulations, Willie Prince. Great performance. And then shooting himself up into that second position. Nikko, Locastro, James Conrad going 3 and 4. And then it was, as we said, Grady Shue who had a single bogey and really kind of finished with 3 straight pars. Grady Shue found himself in a tie for 5th along with Dave Feldberg. Reed Friscura, James Proctor, Kevin Jones, AJ Risley, and Cale Laviska all rounding out in a tie for 7th.
And doing some quick math here, Paul averaging 1071 for the tournament.
Wow.
When the highest rated player shoots 30 points over his rating for a course of a tournament, I'm sorry, you're dead. There's nothing you can do.
That's all there is to it. Well, we're also looking to check in with Steve Dodge. He said he might be able to catch up with Paul McBeth. That may or may not happen, and if it does, of course, we'll cut back to it. First and foremost, all the players need to get in. This has now become really the new standard, is as soon as you're done, first you have to go get your scorecard turned in officially, get everything tabulated, double-checked, counted up, and added and turned in, and then possibly there's some time with us after that. That doesn't look like it may happen today, but that is the normal tournament procedure.
You can just talk to me.
I can talk to you.
But I think everybody's tired of us talking to each other.
I don't know if they are, though. But I do want to welcome everyone. Make sure you join us Tuesday night. Smashbox TV will be hosting another podcast. It's almost as long as, if not longer than these broadcasts typically go. Dixon, you also host a podcast. Tell everyone where and how they can find it.
Yeah, it's On the Box with Dixon Jowers. Basically, you can download it at any of the places where you get podcasts, or just come over, join our Facebook page. We like to just have lots of discussions. It's almost exclusively focused on tournament talk and kind of the issues that are happening around tournament play. And if you don't have a sixth of your day to devote to a podcast, ours is generally around an hour and a half talking about disc golf. And then there's always some sort of other topic, movies, sports, good food combinations, songs that get stuck in your head, something like that, just to kind of give us other things to talk about.
All right. Well, it's been a great weekend here. I know we've kind of yammered on and on and on about the weather and the hospitality, but when things are good, you have to talk about them. You have to enjoy them, and we've been able to do that. Chad and Trent have been out walking up and down those hills. So many people say all the time, how do you feel about the booth? Well, this weekend, my legs feel great about being in a booth. Chad and Trent, thank you for all of your hustle throughout the weekend, along with Danielle and Seth, who's been doing the same, bringing you all the Instagram and all the information on the Disc Golf Pro Tour social media outlets. Patrick's out there as well, hustling around. Steve Dodge from the Disc Golf Pro Tour, all part of the Hands on Deck crew here. Gary to the O, Johnny V back in the Milwaukee studios, pressing some buttons and giving you all the sights and sounds that are coming from the course. So for Dixon Jowers and Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Discraft, our presenting sponsor of the event, we'd like to thank you again for joining us. We'll see you in 2 weeks when we move over to Idlewild, and we'll see you then when you step inside the Smashbox.